The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra-biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. To Zion. I was lost, but now I'm found. I'm a child of Israel. I heard the sound. Hear the sound. Please give me the strength to stand today. With my eyes towards the east, show me the way. Place my feet, Lord God, my path, show me the way to Zion. I opened up the book and see that the apple of your eye included me, and through the tribulation I know I must stand for a new heaven, a new earth. Show me the way to Zion. I'm on my knees, laying my life on the line. I'm begging, please, please don't let me fall. Give me
All right, Shabbat Shalom family, and welcome to another edition of the GOCC Sabbath lesson. This is Elder Lawya filling in for Elder Rawchaa. And for today's lesson, we have quite a bit of information we want to cover, so I want to try to get into the lesson as soon as possible. Before we do so, I just want to make a quick announcement concerning the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Right? So for those who are currently in the academy, we understand that week number 6, we're going to be covering a lesson dealing with the split between Israel and Judah. For the Hebrew lesson, we have a brand new lesson dealing with identifying the 12 tribes of Israel in Hebrew. So we're going to delve into that. Also with the geography and the archaeology, we're going to be showing not only the territories of the ancient land of Israel and each land that belonged to each specific tribe. We're also going to be dealing with some ancient archaeology, which proves that the Israelites, in fact, indeed, were an historical people that are documented in secular history. So again, we have the split between Israel and Judah, in which we're going to be covering the history of the Israelites, their monarchy, their kingdom, how that kingdom eventually divided, how it started, but then also delving into how a lot of that background history plays into what we read in the New Testament. And then last but not least, the need for Christ, the need for a Messiah, the need for a new king who would reunify a nation who was split and divided through their initial kingship. So all of that and more we're going to be discussing in week 6. And again, the Hebrew lesson, the 12 tribes of Israel in Hebrew, along with history and geography relating to the 12 tribes of Israel. We're only entering into week 6. So if you're interested, you can still go to historytimes.org and enroll in the academy. Any information that you missed will be sent to you so that you won't miss anything that we have discussed in weeks number 1 through 5. And also, we understand that we're going into a transition period between week 6 and week 7. Some of you may be wondering, what do we have in store for the next portion of the academy now that we're halfway through? And I have a quick announcement that I want to make in regards to week number 7, in which we're going to be covering a brand new lesson titled The Abomination of Desolation. And in that lesson, I believe it's going to be groundbreaking based on the fact that we're going to be covering the original abomination of desolation, which was prophesied by Daniel, right? Going back to 70 AD, going back to the history and the prophecy surrounding that, but also bringing it to modern times, showing you successive desolations, successive captivities, successive destructions that have happened to the children of Israel leading up to our modern times. So you don't want to miss that lesson. That will be week number 7, in which we cover that brand new lesson, Abomination of Desolation. So you don't have to wonder, should I continue on with my academy enrollment? You know, is there anything else in store that I should be looking forward to? Is it going to be the same old, same old? Well, you don't have to wonder anymore. Right off the cusp of week 6, we're going to have a brand new lesson dealing with, again, the Abomination of Desolation. So again, if you're still interested in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, you can go to historytimes.org. And all the information you need to enroll will be presented there. I'll make the announcement again after the lesson, but as I mentioned, we have a lot of information to cover this week for the Sabbath, so I want to get into it as soon as possible. So the topic of today's discussion, Edom's playbook for imperialism and world domination. Part 1. Now, I named it Part 1 because this is a lesson that I believe there's so many elements to this lesson that it would be impossible for me to cover this in just one sitting, in one segment. So I want to break it down into various segments, dealing with specific points of history and specific points of geography. What do I mean by that? Well, today's lesson was more so inspired by some of the more recent, what would you call it, geopolitical, global, both war and politics that we've seen in this past month. That was the inspiration for this lesson. So we more so wanted to keep it within that aspect of international geopolitics, international conflict, international war. We were also hearing talks about regime change and various things of that nature. So we wanted to get into the political aspect of that from a biblical point of view, showing you that there's nothing new under the sun. So that's going to be the focus for today's lesson. But also, I want to touch on this from the perspective of how this affected us here on the Western Hemisphere. By us, speaking about the 12 tribes that are scattered abroad throughout the Americas, the Caribbean, South America, so on and so forth. Because you're going to see that the same exact playbook that was used or is being used currently or was being used in the latest international conflict is the same exact method that was used against us in the Western Hemisphere. Speaking about the tribe of Judah, the tribe of Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Ephraim, Manasseh, right? I would say Naphtali, but Naphtali is in the Pacific. But we're going to touch on Naphtali just a little bit in this lesson. But I want to do a lesson part 2 dealing with how this specifically affected the nation of Israel in modern times. And then also a part 3 showing, well, what is the end game for us, right? What are we to do with this information, with this knowledge? Understanding how Edom has a specific playbook, a specific methodology that he uses every single time we see an international conflict or we see them striking up talks about having to invoke a regime change or just various things you may see being played out on the international scene. So those will be things we'll deal with in the future. But for today, part 1 will be focusing more so on international conflict. And we're going to deal with this from a biblical, historical perspective. Now, the groundwork we're going to be using, the foundation we're going to be using to break this down is the history found in the book of Maccabees. Now, if you're not familiar with the book of Maccabees, the book of Maccabees is a record of Israelite history, documenting our trials and tribulations under the Greek Empire. By the Greek Empire, meaning the empire that was founded by Alexander of Macedon, also known historically as Alexander the Great. And in this record, okay, before we get into the record itself, for those who are not familiar with this book called the Apocrypha being 14 books that were removed from the original KJV Bible. Now, I have a few KJV Bibles that actually have the Apocrypha in it. They're not right before me, but I do have those records. You can find them on Amazon or any bookseller. But within this compilation of Hebrew records that were removed from the original KJV, we're going to go to the table of contents where we find a record called 1st and 2nd Maccabees. Okay. Now, I'm not sure if you all can see it. In fact, you can see that. But when you go into this record, rest assured that you will find a record called 1st and 2nd Maccabees. And again, that record documents the trials and the tribulations of the Israelites under the Greek Empire. Now, one thing about this book that's very deep, and we're only going to be covering, just to let you know, again, this history is so extensive, we don't have the time in one setting to cover every aspect of the history of the Maccabees because it's such an extensive history, right? We're only going to be dealing with maybe the first 3 chapters of the book, but within that first 3 chapters, it's going to give us everything we need to know about Edom and his playbook for imperialism and world domination. And one thing I wanted to say about the book of Maccabees is the fact that when you're talking about political science, when you're talking about politics, and specifically politics as played by Edom, Esau, the father of the so-called Europeans, or as some would say colloquially, the father of the so-called white man, right? The book of Maccabees really gets into the history, the mind, and the methods that Esau uses from time and time again to dominate, to colonize, and destroy nations, right? But the beautiful thing about it is that it gives it from a biblical, spiritual perspective to show how through the Most High, you had a family who was able to overthrow one of the greatest empires to ever rule the face of the earth. And that's what's so powerful about this book, right? So you want to talk about some of the greatest revolutionaries that have ever risen in the history of the world. You know, some people will cite Che Guevara. Some people will cite, who they called the dictator in Cuba. We're going to touch on him a little bit later. Fidel Castro. Some people even cite the Black Panthers or the Black Liberation Army and so many of these different revolutionary organizations that rose up to fight against what they deemed as oppression, right? I believe that it would be a disservice to study any of those so-called revolutions without first studying and understanding the book of Maccabees. That's how powerful and how informative this record is when you're talking about revolution. Now for us, and that's something I want to discuss later, maybe in part 3, we'll discuss what revolution looks like for us. And you're going to find out that revolution for us does not look like someone marching in the streets, someone protesting in the streets, someone taking up arms in a radical fashion to try to show some form of military posture against the government. That's not how revolution looks like for us. We're going to discuss that in part 3 in the future. But again, for today, we're going to be focusing on international conflict. And before we get into it, we want to give a few definitions. Now, I got a few videos I want to play. So just to give a quick heads up, as we play these videos, understand that YouTube is very strict when it comes to certain guidelines as, you know, using other people's content, so on and so forth. So what we want to try to do as we play the videos, sometimes we have to stop it. Sometimes we have to speak and give a little commentary just to break it up a little bit so that, you know, we stay within the guidelines. So before we get into it, again, a topic of discussion, Edom's playbook for imperialism and world domination. Before we get into it, let us first define what imperialism actually is. That's going to be our first video clip, so let's get into it. Let's get into it. One moment. All right. What is imperialism? Make sure you all can see this. All right. Fair use for educational purposes only.
Imperialism refers to the policy or practice of extending power over foreign nations, usually by force. It involves the exercise.
Now, before I keep going, let me make sure you all can hear this nice and clearly. I want to make sure the volume is good before we continue. Let's make sure the volume is nice and clear before we continue. I want to make sure you can hear these videos. All right, let me play a little bit more. All right, all good? Okay, great. Great. All right, so let's get into it. What is imperialism?
Imperialism refers to the policy or practice of extending power over foreign nations, usually by force. It involves the exercise of political, economic, and military power to establish control over other lands and peoples, often with the aim of extracting resources and wealth for the benefit of the imperial power. Imperialism is often associated with the ancient Greek and Roman Empire, and
So, first it gives us a well-rounded understanding of what imperialism is. Now, someone said it's a little low. All right, let me start it back. I turned it up, so just let me know if it's nice and clear. All right. All right. I suspected it was low, but I made an adjustment, so let me go back and play it again and make sure it's good.
over foreign nations, usually refers to the policy or practice of extending power over foreign nations, usually by force. It involves
Right. So it says that imperialism is usually the act of imposing power over other nations, usually by force. Right? Moving on.
the exercise of political, economic, and military power to establish control over other lands and peoples, often with the aim of extracting resources and wealth for the benefit of the imperial power. Imperialism is often associated.
So usually it's for the purpose of not just imposing your power upon that foreign nation, but also for the sake of extracting wealth and resources from the nation that you have conquered. And we're going to see that play out over and over as we get through this lesson.
Associated with the ancient Greek and Roman Empire.
So it says imperialism, and this is a very key point. Imperialism is often associated with the ancient Greek and Roman Empire. So we're going to show you historically, using the book of Maccabees, how imperialism was imposed upon the Israelites. Now, obviously, we understand, we're going to show you Alexander's empire. We understand that the Israelites were not the only people that he imposed upon, but we're dealing with this from a biblical perspective. So it's only right to more so focus on how this affected the Israelites, going into the coming from a biblical, historical, or scriptural, spiritual perspective. Right? But it says imperialism is often associated with ancient Greek and Roman Empire.
And more popularly with the expansion of European powers to Africa, the Americas, and Asia from the 15th to the mid-18th centuries.
Right. So we're going to be focusing on that time period with some of our examples. We're also going to be dealing with some more modern examples of how imperialism was used in Africa, in the Americas, as well as Asia. Okay, by Asia, not just Far East Asia, China, Japan, Korea, so on and so forth, but also what they call the so-called Middle East or Middle East Asia, Iraq, Afghanistan, India, even though India is not considered the Middle East, it is sometimes labeled as Asia. Also Iran. Right? We're going to really focus a lot on Iran, but other nations as well as we get throughout this, this lesson, this presentation.
And with the empire building of Germany, Italy, and Japan, among others, during the 19th and 20th centuries. One of the key features of imperialism is the use or threat of military force to establish.
So here are the key tools of imperialism. Number one, the use or the threat of military force. Did we not see that in the last major international conflict? Either the threat, we saw both threats, as well as the use of military force. In the last conflict, by conflict, speaking about the Israel/America-Iran conflict. We saw threats of military force, but we also saw the use of military force.
Establish control over other peoples and territories. This often involves the conquest and annexation of foreign lands, as well as the imposition of new political and social systems that reflect the interests and values of the imperial power. Examples of this are the British colonization of India and Africa, and the Spanish colonization of the Americas. In addition to military conquest,
now let me play that again.
Colonization of Africa and power. Examples of the imperial power. Examples of this are the British colonization of India and Africa.
So it says the British colonization of India and Africa. And the reason we want to hone in on this point is the fact that you're going to see that these same exact Idumean nations who exercise imperialism from the 15th to the 18th century are still the major players in current or neo-colonialism, okay, or neo-colonization, modern colonization, modern imperialism. These are the same powers at play, operating in the earth time and time again, with the same exact playbook, showing that the Bible is true when it tells us that there's nothing new under the sun. So we got Britain.
And the Spanish colonization of the Americas.
We have Spain.
In addition to military conquest, imperialism also often involves the use of economic and cultural power to establish influence and control over other nations. This can take the form of economic exploitation, such as the British Empire's extraction of resources and labor from India, and the US's imposition of cultural values and practices, such as education, religion, and language in the Philippines. To establish.
So, two, we have the use, this is number two, you have the use of economic and cultural power. Extrapolating resources from a conquered nation, but also imposing your culture on that conquered nation. Imposing your value system on that conquered nation. Your religion on that conquered nation. Right? So we're going to show that again out of the book of Maccabees.
Influence and control over other nations. This can take the form of economic exploitation, such as the British Empire's extraction of resources and labor from India, and the US's imposition of cultural values and practices, such as education, religion, and language in the Philippines. Imperialism has been justified in different ways throughout history, often with appeals to notions of superiority, progress, and civilization. The Roman Empire, for example, justified its conquests in terms of bringing peace, stability, and civilization to the peoples it conquered.
Does that now, or does that not sound familiar? Does this not sound familiar? Let me play that again. Justification and criticism. Listen to the justification that was used by the ancient Romans for exercising imperialism upon other nations. Listen to their justification.
Has been justified in different ways throughout history.
So here are the various ways that imperialism has been justified. Listen to the Roman justification.
Often with appeals to notions of superiority, progress, and civilization.
Number one, notions of superiority. We're going to address that biblically. Notions of progress. By superiority, meaning that we are the superior people, we are the superior race, and it is our duty to impose ourselves upon other nations or lesser nations or inferior nations so that we can instill progress, so we can cause change and progress and modernization and westernization in these inferior nations or amongst these inferior nations.
The Roman Empire, for example, justified its conquests in terms of bringing peace, stability, and
But how are you bringing the peace and stability? Through the sword. Right? So you're using war to bring so-called peace and stability. A peace and stability that we've yet to see. And this is the same excuse that they have been using since the ancient Roman Empire. We're going into this nation with swords so that we can enact peace and stability.
And civilization to the peoples it conquered.
And civilization. So not only are we bringing peace and stability, we're also going to bring civilization. Well, we're going to see what that civilization is according to the Bible. What civilization did they bring to the nations that they conquered? We'll see.
While European powers in the 19th century often justified their imperial projects as a means of civilizing their colonies, while also promoting European-style governance and institutions.
So, in the 19th century, their justification was pretty much the same as the ancient Roman justification. We're going into these nations and conquering them so that we can civilize them, so that we can impose upon them our style of government, our style of politics. We're going into this nation so that we can instill democracy. Right? Haven't you heard that before? Right? We're going in there to instill our cultural norms, our values, our traditions. Right? So you wonder why when you go into these conquered nations or these nations who were on the receiving end of imperialism and colonization, you wonder why you see the same exact markers upon these nations, regardless of where you go. I don't care if it's the Middle East. I don't care if it's Africa. I don't care if it's Asia. You still see the markings and the imprint of these people being once colonized. And in many cases, these places are still colonized, but more so under a more covert, modern form of colonization and imperialism. But it's all the same thing. Okay? You go over, I don't care if you go to Africa, the Middle East, Asia, you're going to see the same exact markers over and over.
Critics of imperialism, however, have pointed out that these justifications often mask the underlying economic and political motives of imperial powers. They argue that imperialism is fundamentally exploitative and oppressive, and that it serves the interests of the ruling elite rather than the people being colonized. Imperialism is often confused with colonialism. Although both concepts are related, they are nevertheless distinct from each other.
All right, so now they're going to show us the difference between imperialism and colonization, or imperialism and colonialism.
Specifically in their nature of control, objectives, and implementation. Imperialism is a broader concept that involves extending a country's power through various means, such as political alliances, economic agreements, cultural influence, or military interventions. It often, not always, involves indirect control over other nations, while its objectives are often broader, which can include economic exploitation, strategic advantages, or spreading cultural influence. Colonialism, on the other hand, is a form of imperialism where a country establishes direct control over a foreign territory, typically by establishing administrative structures and settling its population, with the objective of exploiting the resources and people of its colony. An example of
And both Esau's used both. He have used both imperialism as well as colonialism. Right?
Imperialism would be the British Empire's influence over China through the Opium Wars and the subsequent Treaty of Nanking, which allowed economic dominance without full territorial control. While a case of colonialism would be the British Empire's colonization of India, where it established direct rule, settled administrators, and exploited India's resources for its benefit.
All right, so those are two examples. I'm going to play that again. These are two examples, one showing more so an example of imperialism, the other showing more so an example of colonialism. Let's play that again.
Resources and people of its colony. An example of imperialism would be the British Empire's influence over China through the Opium Wars and the subsequent Treaty of Nanking, which allowed economic dominance without full territorial control.
Right, so they didn't fully, after the Opium Wars, the British didn't fully control the territory of China, but they pretty much influenced the economic, they exercise economic dominance over China. And when you get the opportunity, get into the history of the Opium Wars and how the British actually fought the Chinese so that they could actually sell opium, right? And traffic drugs and narcotics into the land of China. At that time, China pretty much was a self-sufficient nation, really didn't need to exercise any level of trade to the outside world. Whereas Britain, there were certain resources within China that Britain wanted access to, right? So in order to destabilize China and force them, break their power, break their self-sufficiency, and force them to now exercise trade with Britain, the British actually fought so that they could smuggle drugs into China by this, and through that, it destabilized the people, destabilized the population, turning the people into opium addicts, dope fiends, right? So that's a very interesting history. We may touch on that just a little bit in this this lesson a bit later, but this is a form or an example of imperialism.
While a case of colonialism would be the British Empire's colonization of India, where it established direct rule, settled administrators, and exploited India's resources for its benefit. To learn more about colonialism and its new forms, neo-colonialism, check out our videos linked in the description below.
All right, so that's pretty much it on this video. All right, so now you all have a thorough understanding of what imperialism is, as well as colonialism. Now let's get into how Esau have used this historically in his attempt at world domination. All right. So when we talk about a playbook, if anyone who is familiar with sports, you know what a playbook is. A playbook is basically a collection of various plays that are used and executed throughout the course of a competition. Whether it's football, whether it's basketball, or what have you, at any point, the coach will call certain plays that he believes are necessary to execute or get the job done in any particular scenario. Okay, so for instance, it's 3rd and 5, right? And we're in our opponent's, we're in his, what do you call it? When you cross the 50-yard line and you're now in your opponent's territory. I forget what they call it. I haven't watched football in so long. But, certain scenarios may come up in which, certain aspect of the game is at hand, and you want to try to choose the best play possible so that you can get the best result of either getting a first down, or the best possible scenario is to get a touchdown. Okay, same thing in basketball. There may be a situation where it's 30 seconds on the clock. Your team is down by 7. So you have a succession of plays that you're going to try to execute to give you the best possible result at either tying the score, right? Or the best possible scenario is to ultimately win the game. Come back from that 7-point deficit, 30 seconds on the clock, and win the game. Okay? Not the red zone. Okay? It's called, it's once you cross that 50-yard line. Now, the red zone, I believe, what's that? The rules have changed so much, I can't even tell you. But the red zone is what? 5 yards or 10 yards? Leading up to the touchdown, right? That's the red zone, if I'm not mistaken, either 5 or 10 yards from a touchdown. But then you have what they call, once you pass that 50-yard line, you're now in your opponent's, I don't know if they call it field of scrimmage. I forget what they call it. Some term they call it. Okay, the 20 yards, you're 20 yards away from a touchdown. That's the red zone. Okay. All right. Inside the 20, that's the red zone. But you all get the point. I'm just using that as an example to show various scenarios that play out within the course of a game, and that playbook, how that playbook is used to try to execute the best plan possible so that you can get the results you're looking for. Okay? Maybe it's 3rd and 5. You're in the red zone. You're looking just to get a few yards so that you're in field goal position so that you can settle for a field goal. Right? Or maybe you're going a little risky. You're playing a little bit on the wild side. You know, it's the fourth quarter. This is probably your last possession. You're down 7. You want a situation where you either get a first down with that 3rd and 5, or at least you get half of those yards so that now you're going for a 4th and 2. Or you're getting a 4th and 1 situation where now on the fourth down, you have a better situation or a better opportunity to now get a first down off of that 4th and 1. You know, just various scenarios that may play out throughout the course of a game, right? And in order for you to get the best results, you're going to that playbook. Okay? That playbook, that's your foundation. Well, it's the same exact thing when we're talking about the game of world domination. Edom has a playbook. And regardless of any scenario, he has a set of plays that he uses to get the best result possible, right? To achieve his end goal. In sports, it's a touchdown. In basketball, it's scoring baskets. In the game of world domination, it's exactly that. The end goal is world domination. But world domination for who? Because, believe it or not, the end game is not just conquering nations for the sake of controlling the lands and the resources of other nations. The end goal is not just enslaving the world just for the sake of enslaving the world. There is a spiritual end game to this. And we're going to touch on that spiritual end game at the end of this lesson. Remember, when you go into the Bible speaks about what? The last beast. And how this last beast will implement a system which will put the whole world under one ruler. Okay? Put the whole earth under one system, one program, one financial system, one religious system. Right? But we'll deal with that at the end. Right? But it goes back to what we, usually when we go into this, people say that this is just for money, power, and resources. And yes, in the short term end game, yes, they are operating for power, right? They are operating for resources, right? They are operating for finances, because these are the things that are necessary to keep the machine going. These are the things that are necessary to keep power in place. But ultimately, they're moving the money out the way. And the only way you'll be able to get the resources is if you fall in line with their one world system. But again, we'll get to that in the end. All right. So play number 1, going to Edom's playbook. We've seen some of this in the video. Some of these things were mentioned in the clip we just saw. But play number 1 is to make the world believe that you possess a high IQ, that you're highly intelligent, that you have a high morality, and that you are the creators of high civilization. Right? Therefore, you are justified in colonizing the earth and meddling in the business of other nations. And again, we saw some of this in the video clip, where they would make claims stating that because they possess high civilization, because they are highly intelligent, because they have a high morality, it is their responsibility and their duty to go throughout the four corners of the earth and subject every nation under their high civilization. Subject every nation under their high sense of morality or their moral views and values. Right? Now, before we go into the Bible, because the Bible is going to reveal, number one, how and why Edom was allowed to take control of the earth and impose imperialism and colonialism upon the earth. You're going to find out it had absolutely nothing to do with his quote unquote high IQ. We're going to go into the Bible and we're going to discover his quote unquote high sense of morality. You're going to realize that that is a farce according to scripture. Right? And we're also going to expose what he means by high civilization. When he says that he's going to establish his civilization amongst these inferior races or inferior nations, what exactly is his civilization? What is at the root of this so-called high civilization that he speaks of? Well, we're going to see according to the Bible. But before we get into the Bible, again, we have a few more things we want to show. Number one, let me ask you all a question. How many of you have ever heard of a term called white man's burden? How many of you have ever heard of white man's burden? If you've ever heard of it, say Khan. If not, say La'ah. Okay, so for the majority of you, you have heard of white man's burden. Some of you have not heard of it. Okay. All right. So for those who have not heard of it, this video will give you a brief explanation of exactly what it is. And what this will do is this will give you the mindset behind Edom and his justification for imposing his will upon what he considers to be inferior nations of the earth. Let's get into it.
Imagine you're playing a game where one team decides it's their job to help everyone else play better. They believe they know what's best for others and feel responsible for guiding them.
They believe they know what's best for others and feel responsible for guiding them. Now, based on that statement alone, I'm pretty sure many of you are already piecing together this mentality that Edom has when he's now going into the Middle East, and you're asking yourself, well, what is he doing in the Middle East, meddling in their politics? What is he doing over in Africa, meddling in their politics? What gives him the right to go into these foreign lands to try to establish, quote unquote, democracy and to try to save people from quote unquote oppression or the oppressive regimes of these foreign leaders when they haven't figured out democracy on their own soil. They haven't eliminated oppression on their own soil, let alone going into another nation and trying to establish this faulty ideology and this faulty system upon another nation that you have yet to thoroughly figure out and establish successfully yourself. Well, again, here's the mindset. They believe what's best for others and feel responsible for guiding them. They believe that it is their responsibility to establish what's right for the rest of the world.
This idea of taking on responsibility for others because you think you know better is similar to the concept of white man's burden.
It's similar to the concept of white man's burden, and for those who never heard of it, here it is. And again, I'm stopping these videos for those who are coming in. You may be wondering why I keep stopping in between. Well, for YouTube guidelines, when you play videos, sometimes you have to stop it here and there just so that you're not, transgressing their guidelines. So again, fair use, fair use. This is for educational purposes only.
The white man's burden was a belief held by Europeans during the 19th and early 20th centuries. They thought it was their duty to bring civilization and progress to people in other parts of the world, often societies in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. This belief was tied to ideas.
So they did this in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. By the Americas, we understand it was done to the North American Indians. We understand that it was done to the original inhabitants of the Caribbean, right? The Arawak and the Taino Indians and various Indian nations that were in the Caribbean. We understand that it was done in South America, right? He did it in Africa. He did it in Asia, right?
Ideas of racial superiority, where Europeans considered themselves more advanced and capable of improving the lives of others.
So they believed themselves to be more advanced, and through their quote-unquote advancement, they were able to improve the lives, or at least they believed they were able to improve the lives of others. Now, again, we're going to show you what's at the root and the foundation of this so-called improvement, this so-called advancement, this so-called high civilization, this so-called high morality. We're going to show you what's at the root of it.
For example, when European powers colonized countries in Africa and Asia, they often justified their actions by claiming they were helping to bring modernity, technology, and religion to societies they viewed as less developed.
Right. So whenever there's a society they consider to be less developed, what they call today a third world country, they claim that it is their responsibility to bring modernity, meaning modernism, modern ideas, technology, advanced technology, so on and so forth. Now, keep in mind that the people that they are imposing this on never asked for modernity. The people they're trying to impose this upon never asked for technological advancements. But again, the thought behind the ideology of white man's burden is that regardless of whether they ask for it or not, it is my burden, it is my responsibility, it is my duty to impose this upon these nations because, after all, they don't know any better. Right?
This was seen as a responsibility they had to fulfill for the benefit of those they colonized, even if those people didn't necessarily ask for or welcome their help.
There you have it. Many times people, they're not asking for a regime change. They're not asking for LGBTQ rights. They're not asking for, any of these other forms of imposition that the West brings when they go to colonize or impose their will upon these countries. They're not asking for modernity. They're not asking for your technology. In many cases, they're asking to just be left alone. Because many of these nations see what happens when the West, and by the West, we're talking about France, Spain, Great Britain, okay? The three nations that were used to build America. That's what we mean by the West. America is also included in that. But these nations recognize that once the West comes into their country with their technology, with their medicine, with their hospitals, with their culture, with their traditions, yes, conveniences may increase, right? You may see better buildings. You may have access to better internet. You may have more stable electricity. You may have better cars, better vehicles, right? Better shopping centers and stores. Yes, those things may improve. But what happens to the morality of those nations once the West sinks their teeth into these quote unquote third world inferior nations? There was an example of this in recent times. I believe this was in either Australia, or you all can let me know. You can bring it to my recollection. I believe it was in either Australia or one of those Pacific islands, where there was a place where there was no internet in this in this location. And when they brought internet to this place, the morality of the people sank so tremendously. I mean, the people went into just a spiritual depression based on the debauchery that started to impose itself upon their community, upon their land. And again, I forget exactly where it was, but I mean, the morality just went through the toilet just by the introduction of the internet. So you think it's modernity, you think it's advanced technology, and that's what's going to improve the nation. But in reality, with that improvement, what is that nation losing? What is that culture losing? What are those people? What values are they losing at the expense of convenience and advancement? Okay? And you all let me know. I'm pretty sure you all have heard of this. This was maybe last year. Someone said Micronesia, Guam. I'm not sure. It was one of those. I'm not sure the exact nation or the exact land, but it was one of those in the Pacific Islands where they went through that shift just simply through the introduction of the internet. Right? So it goes back to the point that many times these nations are not asking for this, but it's imposed upon them, right? And here it is, the people in the West, they are cheering and they're celebrating the idea or the fact that these people are now being brought onto basically they're being brought onto the web. They're being brought into the beast system. And we think it's going to improve their lives. We think it's going to stop the oppression in those nations. And we think it's going to make these nations more safe and more democratic. But in reality, it turns these nations into spiritual hellholes. Right? In fact, let me get that real quick. Christ, I can't say it no better than Christ. Christ made a very poignant point when he spoke to the scribes and the Pharisees. And I believe that it is relevant to what happens to these nations once they are quote unquote advanced. So let's get that real quick out of Matthew 23. Right? This is what happens to these nations when they are modernized, when they're westernized. So we're in Matthew chapter 23. Let me enlarge it. Matthew 23. And let me get it here. Let me get the exact verse. All right, 1 second. Let me get it. All right, 23 and 27. Matthew 23 and 27. Christ says this to the scribes and the Pharisees, and I believe again that this is relevant to what happens to these nations when they're modernized and westernized. It says, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For ye are like unto whited sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward." And that's exactly what happens when these nations are quote unquote westernized and modernized. You go to these places and yes, the buildings are beautiful. The infrastructure, up to par. Right? Everything is up to par. Right? But what happens to the nation spiritually? But are within full of dead men's bones and of all uncleanness. So yes, you've made quote unquote improvements upon that nation by making sure the infrastructure is up to par, making sure that there's consistent electricity, right? They're no longer on rolling electricity for maybe a few hours a day or a few hours throughout the day. There's no electricity. You're making sure that there's modern cars driving down the road and that the roads are nice and smooth and paved and everything is good as far as the upkeep. And you got the upscale restaurants and you got all the accoutrements and all of the things that, people coming from the West would desire when they go to another place. Basically, they're going from America to a more tropical America. They're going from America to America surrounded by beaches and white sand. That's basically what westernization and modernism is. It's taking the West, it's taking Britain, it's taking France, it's taking America and transplanting it into a foreign nation to where the difference between America and this place is no longer a difference. They're identical, right? So you've turned this place into a whited sepulcher, a beautiful thing to look upon. But what happens to the soul of those people that you have westernized? What happens to the minds and the spirits of these people that you have modernized? They become like dead men's bones, full of uncleanness. Soon after you bring your internet, soon after you bring your paved roads and your electricity, before you know it, you're bringing your Christianity. Before you know it, followed by the Christianity, you're bringing your hospitals and your vaccination programs. Soon after that, you're bringing what? Your LGBTQ agendas. Right? So with you comes a trail of demons following your internet, a trail of demons following your electricity, a trail of demons following your paved roads and your tall, beautiful buildings. Right? A trail of demons following your democracy, your freedom. Right? So let's go back. Let's go back to the video. We'll play a little bit more and then we'll move forward.
In literature and political speeches of the time, this idea was promoted as a noble mission. For instance, Rudyard Kipling, a famous British writer, wrote a poem titled The White Man's Burden in 1899.
Right, and as Sharon Brown said, a trail of innocent blood. How many people had to die so that they could have paved roads? How many innocent people had to die so that they could have electricity? How many babies you had to bomb and slaughter and massacre so that they could have a few nice buildings? Right? So that you can instill democracy and freedom and free the women from oppression. How many people had to die in order for that to happen? Right? But again, this is Esau's mentality. This is what he calls his burden. It's his duty, it's his responsibility to impose this upon the world, regardless if the world is asking for it or not. Okay? And then this trickles over. I don't want to get into this. Because it's kind of a sidebar, but it links into what we were stating this past Wednesday when it comes to how they had to use us and our talents and our spirit to now push the debauchery throughout the four corners of the earth. Because naturally, I mean, when we stand up in righteousness, we understand that the world watches and they look at us, and now they start to move behind that spirit. We saw it during the civil rights movement. When they saw Malcolm X, he had international appeal, where he could sit down with international leaders. He could sit down with Fidel Castro. He could sit down with leaders of the Middle East. He could sit down with leaders in Africa. Right? They understood our ability to galvanize the world. However, they also understood that if they were to demoralize us, right, bring us to a low state of morality and values, create a spiritual Frankenstein, right, and then present that to the world, they knew that the same exact appeal that we had to galvanize the world from a righteous moral point of view, we could do the same thing from an unrighteous immoral point of view. So they would use the music, they would use the entertainment and push that out into the world. And now you see over in Japan, China, Africa, the Middle East, Europe, all throughout the four corners of the earth, everybody wants to be Jake. Everybody wants to be Judah. In some way, shape, or form, how they style their hair. You can see videos of people in China trying to get cornrows, trying to get afro high top fades, right? Trying to style their hair like black people in America. Esau understood this would happen, right? He understood this would happen. So I say all that to say that now the cultural imposition, they understand that now once you get people within a society, let's say, for example, you have a society that they don't want, the leaders of that country, they don't want any imposition from the West. So now the West says, okay, we know how to impose our will upon these nations without dropping a single bomb, without sending in a single troop. We'll do it through culture. We'll do it through ideas and entertainment. So now the people of that society, even though the leaders may want to move the country in a particular direction, the people in that society, they're looking at American entertainment and they're being influenced. So now when America comes and says that, listen, your government is being oppressive. They won't allow you to become the next Sexy Red. They're being oppressive. They won't allow you to become the next, back in the day, they won't let you become the next Madonna. They won't let you become the next Glorilla. They're being oppressive. Don't you want to remove this oppressive regime out the way? Don't you want to have the freedoms that you see over here in the West where you can express yourself and be who you want to be and follow your dreams? And now you have what? You have foot soldiers, right? And what they call them, not splinter cells, what they call them. When you have people within a country that are basically operating as agents for a foreign nation. I forget what they call it, right? They call it like some type of cell, right? But anyway, basically you get these foot soldiers within a foreign nation who are now marching in the streets, now fighting for against oppression, fighting for freedom. And the next thing you know, they put a camera on it and say, look at these people. They're being oppressed. They're tired of it. They want to get this regime out the way. And I know I'm putting the cart before the horse. Sleeper cells, that's what they call them. Mercenaries, right? I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse, but that goes into the, that idea just came, to, when it comes to how they're using the entertainment, right? And that's when you're now getting into cultural imperialism. Right? I can't drop a bomb on you. I can't send any soldiers over to your land because really I don't have a reason. But what I can do is move your regime out the way and accuse you of some type of human rights violations against your own citizens because you have some people who we've put batteries in their back through us imposing our culture upon these people. Right? And now we have a right to now go in and affect some type of regime change. Okay? Sleeper cells, that's what they call them. Right? So that's how things are done culturally. Right? When you see a McDonald's in a foreign nation, when you see a Coca-Cola in a foreign nation, when you see a KFC in a foreign nation, understand that there's been some cultural imposition upon those people. Right? And though they may not be fully 100% colonized, still there's an influence, there's an imprint of the West upon those nations. Okay? But let's get back to it.
Encouraging the United States to take up its role as an imperial power and bring its version of progress to the Philippines, which it had recently acquired as a colony. However, the concept of the white man's burden has faced criticism. Many argue that it was a justification for imperialism and exploitation, allowing Europeans to rationalize their control over territories and resources under the guise of civilizing native populations. Critics also highlight the arrogance and paternalism in the belief that—
Exactly. It's the mindset, financially colonized. So there's different aspects, and that's why we're going into this playbook, because when we see these things play out, like we saw earlier this month with that international conflict, we can understand, we can have some level of context, right? And understand that, again, there's nothing new under the sun. This ain't the first time that they've claimed that a nation needed to remove its leader, or that a leader had to be removed from a nation due to his oppression upon the people. Right? Which befuddles me. I don't want to get into this too much. But you have Israel bombing the Palestinians to hell and back. Right? I mean, human rights violations up the wazoo. But yet somehow, some way, Iran is the state sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East. They must be moved off the face of the earth, or its leaders must be moved off the face of the earth. And we're going to get into that as well. Right? We're going to get into when Iran became such a boogeyman, when Iran became such an enemy of the West. Because believe it or not, I'm not sure if you all understand this or know this, there was a time in which Iran was an ally to America, was an ally to Britain, was an ally to Israel in the Middle East. So the question is, how and when did that change? Well, we're going to show you that a bit later, but let's continue.
that one group of people knows what's best for everyone else. In summary, the white man's burden is the belief that certain groups of people have a duty to impose their ideas of civilization and progress on others whom they perceive as less developed. It raises important questions about power dynamics, ethics, and the impact of colonialism on global history and cultures.
All right, we pretty much got all we need from that. So now let's get into the Bible. Let's get into the Bible because we have a lot to unpack. And before we get into the Bible, there's just a few more things. I'm sorry. A few more things we have to show before we get into the Bible. All right, we just want to go into this real quick. This is a very quick article, or we're going to extract a little bit from this article on a man known as Alexander the Great. And we're going to tell you why we're going into Alexander the Great. Okay, why is he important when we're talking about European civilization? Okay, or for those who understand, Idumean civilization. Okay, so before we get into the why, let's first get into the who. Alexander the Great. Alexander III of Macedon, better known as Alexander the Great, 21st of July, 356 BCE to the 10th or 11th of June, 323 BCE, 336 to 323 BCE. Okay, so Alexander was a very young man when he passed away. And you have to give credit where credit is due. When you're talking about battle and military conflict and things of that nature, you would consider Alexander somewhat a genius. You have to give credit where credit is due. But on the other side, on the flip side, what Esau fails to realize, and what he does, let me go back here. What he tends to do is he tends to get full of himself. And we can show that in the Bible as well. He's not the first to get full of himself. And he will be the last, because he's the last. Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. But of all the nations that have come before him, they've all fallen into the same exact trap. And we're going to show you what that trap is a bit later. Okay? But to give you some insight, what they start to believe is that their ability to accomplish world domination is based on their intellect. But what Esau likes to say today, right? For those who don't understand, again, Esau is a so-called European. What he tries to do today is he tries to convince the world that he has this superior IQ, whatever that means. This superior intellect, whatever that means. And it's because of his superior IQ and his superior intellect, it's only right that he remains in his position as the father, the holy father of the planet Earth. Right? But again, the Bible is going to give us context, and the Bible is going to put us in the realm of reality. Understanding why he got into power and how. And you're going to realize that it had nothing to do with his IQ. Okay? All right. And try to watch the language, please, in the chat. Okay? Anything we bring out, and I want to make this clear as well. The information, when we bring these things out, is not to demean other people. This is only to give us context. Historical, political, and spiritual context. This is not to try to make out somebody to be an enemy or to make someone out to try, this ain't the place for that. This is to give us the understanding of the keys to look for when we see things transitioning politically in the earth. That's all this is for. Okay? And the reason why people may ask, well, why don't we feel the need with all the things that Edom has done in the earth? And some of the things you're going to see today may make you upset based on what he's done in the earth. Well, why aren't you guys upset? Well, those who committed the atrocities of yesteryear, and have gone over to their fathers. They have already received their judgment. Right? When the Bible speaks about what? The rich man lifted up his eyes in hell. Meaning what? Right after the rich man died, he met his eternal demise. He was already judged from the moment his spirit left his body. So the same thing goes for any of the past, either generals, whether it be Alexander, whether it be George Washington, whoever you may attribute your oppression to. Once they pass over to the fathers, or once they pass over to the spirit realm, they've already been judged. There's no need for me to hold a grudge against an oppressor who is already being judged for all the atrocities and the wickedness that he has done on the face of the earth. Secondly, those who are still with us, who are still committing the atrocities, who are still committing oppression, they have their judgment. Simple and plain. So as we brought out 1 billion times, don't deal with how the wicked shall be judged and when. Focus on how the righteous will be saved. That's the focus. But the enemy, he has his judgment. Right? And by the enemy, I'm speaking about Satan himself. Satan is the chief enemy over all these nations who are committing these atrocities. At one point, Satan was dealing with the Egyptians. And we saw what happened to the Egyptians. We see what's happening with the Egyptians. The Egyptians, let's just say the Egyptians ain't coming back. Okay? We saw when the Babylonians got the throne. And before the Babylonians, we seen with the Assyrians when they were Satan's chief man. Right? And we seen what happened eventually to them. Same thing with the Babylonians. Same thing with the Medes and the Persians and their rulers. We saw what happened. And the same thing will happen with the Greeks and the Romans. These are all instruments, or all of these nations at some point in history have been used as chief men and pawns for Satan. Okay? And it's Satan who is the enemy. Right? He's the puppet master over the whole thing, regardless of what face is before you, regardless of the complexion before you. Satan is the puppet master. Okay? But I just want to make that clear. This information is for educational purposes only so that you can understand how Satan, the enemy, uses his pawns with the same exact playbook over and over, or the playbook that Satan and his pawns use over and over. Simple and plain. All right. All right. So moving on, it says Alexander III of Macedon, better known as Alexander the Great, was the son of King Philip II of Macedon, who became king upon his father's death in 336 BCE, and then conquered most of the known world of his day. He is known as the Great, so this is how he received the moniker the Great, both for his military genius and his diplomatic skills in handling the various populaces of the regions he conquered. So when he conquered a nation, we're going to show you how he dealt with reigning over those regions, over those nations that he conquered, right? He is further recognized for spreading Greek culture. Now, here's that culture. Here's that civilization. Here's that high morality they speak of. He is further recognized for spreading Greek culture, language, and thought from Greece throughout Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey, Egypt, North Africa, and Mesopotamia, the Middle East, to India, and thus initiating the era of the Hellenistic period, during which 4 of his generals, his successors known as the Diadochi or the Diadochi, in between their wars for supremacy, continued his policies of integrating Greek Hellenistic culture with that of the Near East. This is very important, and you're going to see how this played out in the ancient world, and we're going to see how this plays out in modern times, of how the successors of Alexander sought to integrate the whole world into this one world mindset, which at that time was called Hellenism. He died of unknown causes in 323 BCE without clearly naming a successor, or according to some accounts, his choice of commander was Perdiccas, was Commander Perdiccas was ignored, and the empire he built was divided amongst the Diadochi or the Diadochi. Alexander's campaigns became legendary after his death, influencing the tactics and careers of later Greek and Roman generals, as well as inspiring numerous biographies attributing to him a godlike status. And that leads us to our next point. Alexander the Great, a pioneer of Western civilization. Western civilization came as a result of certain influence, and it is therefore important to mention that it did not occur by accident. Historically, Western civilization began in ancient Greek and Roman empires in the 13th century. The influence of the Greek and Roman leaders of the time played a significant role in ensuring the way of life in Europe and America was in line with the changing times. Western civilization has got a lot of components ranging from technology, political systems, art, culture, tradition, and heritage. Greece is a European country endowed with a rich history, especially when it comes to Western civilization. So why did I go here? Well, Alexander is credited with being a pioneer of Western civilization. Why is this important? When they talk about, as we just showed earlier, the white man's burden and his responsibility to bring his culture, to bring his high civilization, to bring his high intelligence and his high morality to these inferior nations, well, we have to question what you mean by high morality, high civilization, and high culture. Because when we go into the Bible is going to give us the context and the foundation of this so-called Western civilization. It's going to give us the context and the history of this Alexander that you call your pioneer of Western civilization, or some may say the father of Western civilization. What does the Bible have to say about that? Well, let's see. We're going to start off in the book of 1 Maccabees, chapter 1. And verse number 1. First Maccabees 1:1 says, "And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian," that's the one we just read about, "who came out of the land of Edom, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece, and made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went to the ends of the earth, and took many spoils, or took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. So just to give you some context of Alexander the Great's kingdom. Just to give you some context. Here's a map of Alexander's kingdom. Make sure you all can see it. That's a map of Alexander's kingdom. All of that that you see in the green from Macedonia, all the way to modern India, okay, the Middle East, Iran or Iran, right, all the way to India in the east, right, parts of North Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, okay, parts of what they call the Levant, Israel, Lebanon, Syria, okay, Asia Minor, Turkey, okay, we see parts of Eastern Europe, okay, Armenia, okay, all of this is the kingdom of Alexander of Macedon, right? And as history tells us, and this history is actually backed up by the Bible, right? The Bible also tells us that Alexander was able to accomplish this in a 12-year period. All of this land you see, all of this green, he was able to conquer in a 12-year period. So you give credit where credit is due. This is a great accomplishment, a great feat. And yes, Alexander was very skilled in the art of warfare. But if we're going to give credit where credit is due, we have to deal with the God that gave Alexander his kingdom. And we'll touch on that in a moment. So this is the question we want to ask. Was Alexander the founder or the pioneer of high civilization, or was he a pioneer in the spreading of debauchery and sin throughout the known world? Before we answer that question, when we talk about the kingdom of Alexander and paralleling his kingdom to modern times, like what makes his kingdom or his empire such an inspiration to modern Western empire and modern Western civilization, so much so that they would refer to him as their pioneer, or some would go as far as saying that he is the father of their Western civilization. Well, what made his kingdom different was the fact that when he went throughout the known world and conquered and established his kingdom, what he did was he left behind not only what you would consider today a military force. Not only did he leave behind generals to oversee his kingdom, it also came with an ideology, a philosophy, a religion, which would unite his whole kingdom under one mindset, one way of thinking, one culture, one custom. And we're going to build on that a little bit later, but this is what made Alexander's kingdom a bit different. Whereas former empires, like when you go back to ancient Babylon, even though Babylon conquered many nations as well, right? Even though Babylon had other nations or foreign nations in subjection, Babylon didn't enforce its religion upon those nations. Meaning you weren't forced to follow the Babylonian way of life when you were subject to Babylon. you were still allowed to follow your religious beliefs. We see that in the Bible, right? We see that with, when you go into the book of Baruch, the 6th chapter, it speaks about the letter of Jeremiah. And in that letter, Baruch informs the Israelites to abstain from the idols of Babylon, which tells us what? That the Israelites had a choice as to what they would serve. Babylon was more so, their influence more so came from people seeing the greatness of Babylon, right? And deciding that they wanted to assimilate into the greatness of Babylon and take on their culture and take on their religion. But it wasn't forcefully imposed. We also see in the history of Susanna, it speaks about an Israelite, husband and wife, Joachim, as well as Susanna, who both dwelt in the land of Babylon. And they were very prestigious. They were a very prestigious Israelite family in Babylon. And it tells us that they what? They kept the laws. They kept the statutes. They kept the commandments. Daniel, very prestigious in ancient Babylon, prayed to the Most High, kept the law, statutes, and commandments. And when they did try to impose a certain, they tried to forcefully impose religious tactics or try to impose religious oppression upon both Daniel in the Babylonian Empire, and you got the story of the 3 holy children in Babylon, and also in Persia. When they tried it, it failed. Okay? So that was the difference, just using that as an example, that was the difference between other empires and the ancient Greeks. With the ancient Greeks, not only did they physically colonize your land, they also culturally and spiritually colonized the land. Right? And this is why this is seen as the predecessor of modern Western civilization. It's no different than Babylon. When they go into a country to conquer, they don't just leave that country be. All of the culture and all of the things that we associate with America now become a part of that society. What they eat, how they dress, their religion, everything is changed once that place is, quote unquote, westernized. Same thing with Britain. They go to a country, that country becomes westernized. Right? And we're going to show you why it's important for them to westernize, or in the case of Alexander, to Hellenize the people they conquered. There's a method to the madness. But not to put the cart before the horse, let's continue. When 1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse number 2. So it says he made many wars and won many strongholds. So the map, if we can go back to the map shows us the many strongholds that Alexander won. These are the strongholds that he won, and they have it documented. The Battle of Granicus River. Alexander wins major victory over Darius III in 333 BC. I believe that's called the Battle of Issus. Issus. That's another battle and a stronghold that he won. Alexander decisively defeats Darius in 331 BC. Alexander captures ports vital to Persian fleet, or vital to the Persian fleet. Alexander visits the oracle of Zeus Ammon. Alexander secures Egypt and assumes the title of Pharaoh. This is how you have Idumean or European pharaohs in Egypt. Okay, and that was continued with the Ptolemies. Right? Alexander's army captures important Persian cities. And last but not least, Alexander dies at the age of 33 in 323 BC. These are the many wars and strongholds that were won by Alexander the Great. And it tells us that he slew the kings of the earth. He slew Darius III. Okay? Amongst other kings and rulers of the earth. And went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations. So those nations became subject to him, not just physically, but also financially, economically. Insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. Meaning what? When Alexander went through the earth on his campaign, no one could touch Alexander. The question is why? Was it because of his sense of high civilization? Was it because of his high morality or his high IQ? Let's see. Let's first go back to the book of Genesis, chapter 27. Genesis 27 and 40. Again, play number one, he has to convince you that it is because he has some special intellect or intelligence that exalts him over every other nation of the earth. And no one has a higher IQ than Esau if you let him tell it, right? And that's why he's in his position. Well, let's see if that's the case according to the Bible. I'm going to start in 39. It says, and Isaac, this is Isaac speaking to Esau. And Isaac his father said, and father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above, and by thy sword shalt thou live. So first, the only promise that was given to Edom was his ability to exercise warfare in the earth. Okay, that was his gift. So yes, he is well gifted in the art of war. And if you're going to say that in war, he has a high IQ, absolutely. You can't deny that. He is very skilled in the art of war. Psychological war, as well as financial war, as well as physical war. He is a mastermind. And shall serve thy brother. So yes, there was a time in which Edom was subject to the Israelites for a short period of time. Right? And that subjection ended with the fall of Solomon. After Solomon's fall, Esau broke loose and he started to make his way into prominence. And it shall come to pass when thou shalt have the dominion, meaning what? Long before Edom rose to prominence, long before he had a dominion under the Greeks, under Alexander the Great, it was already prophesied by Isaac. Keep in mind, Isaac at this age, this is an old blind man on his deathbed prophesying that Edom would have a dominion, that Edom would have a kingdom. So are you going to attribute this kingdom to his high IQ? Or are you going to attribute the kingdom to both the God as well as his father, who promised him that he would have a prominent dominion, a prominent kingdom, a prominent empire? This is long before Esau ruled anything. Okay? It says, it shall come to pass when thou shalt have the dominion that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. Isaac told him from the beginning, you will have a dominion. Okay? So did Esau get it from his high IQ, or was it simply his turn to rule? Let's see. Let's continue. Let's go to the book of Daniel 7. Now we're going to see when that dominion came into power. Okay, we're going to start in the book of Daniel, chapter 7, verse 1. It says, in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Now, this Belshazzar served as the last king of Babylon before the empire fell to the Persians. Okay, the Medo-Persian Empire. This is around 555 BC that Daniel is having this vision. Okay, that's the first year of King Belshazzar. So he had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matters. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the heaven strove upon the great sea, and four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. So these four beasts that we're about to see from Daniel's vision were prophesied to come into prominence. They were prophesied to receive an empire. They were prophesied to receive a dominion long before they came on the scene. We're talking about hundreds of years before the fact. Hundreds of years before it came to pass. Again, this is about 555 BC. The Greeks didn't come into power until about 333 BC. Okay? So you're talking about over 220 years before they came into power, it was already prophesied that they would receive their dominion. So jumping down to verse number 6, it says, After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast also had 4 heads. So who is this leopard? The leopard represents the kingdom of Greece. It said, upon the back of this beast, it had 4 wings of a fowl, and the beast also had 4 heads, meaning what? Eventually, there would be 4 generals that would come out of this Greek empire that would exercise dominion under the rulership of the Greek empire. And dominion was given to it. Remember, Isaac said that this beast, or that Esau, would receive the dominion. Isaac promised Esau that he would receive the dominion. And here you have it, the first dominion of Esau, the Greek Empire. And again, this is the empire that they attribute as being the pioneers and the fathers of Western civilization. Right? So this is over 200 years before he came into prominence. God already promised him a kingdom. So again, did he achieve this feat by his high IQ? No. Now, did it take some level of intelligence in order to get where he got? Absolutely. I'm not downing that. I'm not doubting that. But you can't attribute the ultimate end goal of you having a kingdom and you having dominion and you having this presence over the world solely to this idea of you having a higher IQ than everyone else. The reality is that you're reigning over the earth because it is your time to rule. The Most High gave a time to rule to the Babylonians. He gave a time to rule to the Medo-Persians. Gave a time to rule to the Egyptians. Gave a time to rule to the Assyrians. It was just their time. Now it's Edom's time. Okay? That's simple and plain. Okay? Let's go to the book of... Excuse me. Let's go to Daniel 8 real quick just to show you that this is speaking about the Greek Empire. Okay, Daniel 8 and verse number 20. It says, the ram which thou sawest having 2 horns are the kings of Media and Persia. So in Daniel 7, Media Persia is exemplified through, or the example of Media Persia, or the symbology of Media Persia is a bear with 3 ribs in his mouth raised up on one side. The symbolism or the imagery in Daniel 8 is now Media Persia representing a ram with 2 horns, one horn being higher than the other, representing the fact that of the two kingdoms, because Media-Persia is composed of two empires or two nations, the Medes and the Persians, out of those two kingdoms, one would have more prominence than the other, right? So out of the Medes and the Persians had more prominence than the Medes, right? Same thing with the bear raised up on one side. The one that's raised up above the other is the Persians. Why? Because they had more prominence and prestige than the Medes. But again, in Daniel 8, they're being described as a ram. Why am I bringing this out? Well, I'm bringing this out because I'm showing you that the same exact succession of kingdoms in Daniel 7, showing the empire going from the Medes and the Persians down to the Greeks, is the same exact succession we're seeing in the book of Daniel 8. Okay? So Daniel 8 and 20, we see the Medes and the Persians, again, represented by the ram. And in verse 21, it says, and the rough goat is the king of Grecia, or the kingdom of Grecia. This is the kingdom that preceded the Medes and the Persians. And the great horn that is between his eyes is the first king. Who was the first king of the Greek Empire? Alexander of Macedon. Alexander the Great. 22 says, now that being broken, meaning what? The first king, the great horn, was eventually broken, meaning what? He died. Okay, he died. Okay, so now the horn was broken. Alexander of Macedon, aka Alexander the Great, was broken. He passed away. Whereas 4 stood up for it. So whereas initially there was one horn reigning over the rough goat, or one horn reigning under the king of Grecia or the kingdom of Grecia, now there's 4 horns. So 4 stood up. That's the 4 horns, the 4 generals that came up out under Alexander the Greek. 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation. So they had 4 specific strongholds that took over 4 specific areas of the earth, and we'll cover those in a moment. So what started out as one nation under Alexander the Great, or one empire under Alexander the Great, eventually broke off into 4, right? 4 different dominions. And out of these 4 different dominions, we're going to show you in the book of Maccabees, each of these 4 dominions started what was called a dynasty. Okay? The 2 most prominent of those 4 dynasties was who? The Ptolemies in Egypt and the Seleucids in, Mesopotamia, the Middle East, and the land of Israel. Those were the 2 prominent of the 4. So it says, 4 stood up, 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nation, but not in his power. Meaning what? Alexander, that first horn was broken off. Now, usually when a man passes over, it's his children that fill in his spot as the successors to the throne. Right? But these 4 generals were not the descendants of Alexander the Great. They were not his heirs, or they were not his successors by blood. They were simply his 4 generals. So when it says that they shall stand up, 4 kingdoms shall stand up, but not in his power, not only did Alexander die before he began to actually enjoy and reign over his kingdom, once he died, there was no heir or successor from his loins. So the power went to who? His 4 generals. That's what it means when it says not in his power. Right? But I went here specifically to show you that this is the kingdom of the Greeks, so that there's no confusion. We're not making any assumptions. The Bible shows many prophecies of these four beasts using different imagery, different symbology, but nonetheless, it's talking about the same exact four kingdoms. Right? Now let's go to Daniel 4. And this is now getting into the mistake that nations make once they get into power and start believing that it's by their intelligence or their mind that they are in power. And Edom has made the same exact mistake. Let's get into the book of Daniel, chapter 4, verse number 28. And we're going to read down to 37. All this came upon the king Nebuchadnezzar. At the end of 12 months, he walked in the palace of the kingdom of Babylon. The king spake and said, Is this not great Babylon that I have built of the kingdom, or I built for the house of the kingdom by my might, or by the might of my power? So what is Nebuchadnezzar doing? Nebuchadnezzar is doing the same thing that Esau does. The same exact thing that Esau does till this very day is that he attributes his ability to rule and his dominion to his own power, his own might, his own intellect. Nebuchadnezzar made the same exact mistake. So he says that I have built for the house of the kingdom by the might of my power and for the honor of my majesty. While the word was in the king's mouth, there fell a voice from heaven saying, O King Nebuchadnezzar, to thee it is spoken, the kingdom is departed from thee. And they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, that they shall make thee eat grass as oxen. And 7 times shall pass over thee until thou know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. Here's the key point. The Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. Not to whoever has the highest IQ, or whoever has the highest morality, or whoever has the high sense of civilization. It's the Most High who chooses who will rule for his purpose, for his will, and how long they will rule for his purpose, for his will. So for those who would think that they got a burden upon themselves to spread their civilization, which we have not yet finished exposing, we're only dealing with the IQ point. But for those who think that it is because of their high IQ and their intellect that they have a responsibility to share and spread and impose their culture and their ideology and their politics and their financial system and their religion upon the inferior nations of the earth, you're sadly mistaken. You are able to do what you do throughout the four corners of the earth, not because of your intelligence, but because God gave you a turn. The Most High gave you a turn. Simple and plain. And there will come the time when your turn is up. And as the Bible says, Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. There will come a time in which the world won't even remember the time in which Edom was the superior nation or held supremacy over the earth. When I say superior, it just simply means that he's the one, he's in control right now. He's in rulership right now. Okay? The time will come in which the world won't even remember when you held supremacy over the earth. It will be like a speck in time. Just like when the Babylonians ruled. The Bible says that when it came to that head of gold upon the statue, the Most High said what? Or Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar what? That you are the head of gold. And when you look at the successive kingdoms on the image of Daniel, with every kingdom that came, the more inferior the quality of that kingdom or those kingdoms became, and went from gold. And I'm just paraphrasing. Don't quote me on this, but Just to give an example, it went from gold, and it went to silver, then it went to bronze, then it went to stone, iron mixed with miry clay. With every kingdom that came, it became more inferior and inferior. I say all that to say that Nebuchadnezzar was seen as like the glory of all kingdoms. He was the head of gold upon that statue. Right? Now, if you go over to Babylon right now, or the location of modern day Babylon, you wouldn't even imagine that there was a great empire that once ruled from that location. That's how much that kingdom has fallen, or that location has fallen from its original glory. And it will be the same exact thing for Edom once he falls. Right? You're going to go through the waste places of Edom and all the places he ruled, and you're going to see that, man, this was once a great empire. This was once the Lady of Kingdoms. This was once the glory of the world. Right? So that's the reality of it. Okay? So moving on to our next point, let's deal with the morality aspect. Let's go back to the book of 1 Maccabees 1:1. We still have a lot to cover. Okay, we still have a lot to cover. So let's go on to verse number 9 in the book of 1 Maccabees, the first chapter. First Maccabees 1 and verse number 9. This is going to deal with the morality part for those who think it's because of his high morality that he was able to reign over the earth. One second. Let's go. Let's start in verse 4. Okay. Verse 4. And he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries and nations and kings who became tributaries unto him. And after these things, he fell sick and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. So this is the Diadochi or the Diadochi that we saw earlier. These are the 4 generals that succeeded Alexander. These are those 4 horns we read about in the book of Daniel, the 8th chapter. So Alexander reigned 12 years and then died. So as I mentioned earlier, it took him 12 years to accomplish all that he accomplished in his military exploits, that's a great achievement. Verse 8, and his servants bear rule, everyone in his place. What are we seeing here? Now we're seeing Idumean or Greek colonialism in the ancient world. Okay? This is what is meant by colonialism. Imperialism and colonialism, according to how it was exercised by the ancient Greeks. His servants, meaning the 4 generals, bear rule, everyone in his place, meaning every one of them had a dominion. That's what it means when it says in Daniel, the 8th chapter, that it broke off into 4 kingdoms, 4 dominions. That's the generals of Alexander reigning in their place. And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. They made themselves kings. And so did their sons after them many years, meaning eventually they became dynasties. Now check this out. This is for those who believe it's because of the high morality of the West or the high morality of Europe and Edom that they are able to exercise such graceful dominion over the face of the planet Earth. Check this out. And evils were multiplied in the earth. Not high civilization, not high morality, not high level ethics, but evils. Evils. Debauchery. Sin. Every evil you can think of was spread over the earth when Alexander and his generals established their dominion throughout the ancient known world. So they see him as the father or the pioneer of Western civilization. They see him as the spreader and the purveyor of high civilization, high morals, when the Bible tells us that he was the spreader and the purveyor of debauchery, of sickness, of sin, unrighteousness, immorality. That was the kingdom of Alexander the Great. So now that takes us back to play number 1. Make the world believe that you possess a high IQ, a high morality, and that you are the creators of high civilization. Therefore, you are justified in colonizing the earth and meddling in the business of other nations. So number 1, we understand that it's not because of his high IQ that he has received his dominion. We understand that his ability to keep his dominion is not because of his high morality, because there is no morality. When they spread over the earth, when their hand reaches throughout the 4 corners of the earth, and when they sink their teeth into nations throughout the 4 corners of the earth, what happens? Sin, evil, and debauchery is spread, is multiplied. The only justification they have is that God gave them a kingdom and it is their turn to rule. And they're doing with their kingdom whatsoever they will. That's the only justification they have. But everything else, as far as the IQ and the morality and all those other things, the high civilization, nope. All of that must go out the window. And he does this. I'm bringing this up. Many of you may think that this is not an important aspect of how he assumes and maintains control over the earth. But when you hear them say that we must go over to this country because of the immorality that's being committed by the rulers of that country, or because of the oppression that's being enacted by the rulers of that country, the ruler of that country is committing atrocities. He must be stopped. He must be moved out the way. He's committing violations against his own people. He must be moved out of the... These are all moral arguments. We must go and stop an immoral ruler because we are the moral example of what should be in the earth. Those are moral arguments. But what happens when you expose that in reality, there is no morality. There is no ethics. There is no high-level value system. You've now broken one of their excuses, and now you've exposed one of their plays. So the next time they drop back to try to pass that ball up the field to get a touchdown off that play, hopefully you get an interception. You don't fall for it anymore. Because you understand the roots and the foundation of what they call civilization, who they call their father of civilization, and what he did when he went throughout the 4 corners of the earth, spreading this so-called high civilization. The Bible tells us when he did it, evils were multiplied in the earth. You won't fall for that one anymore. Okay? You won't fall for that anymore. Right? Let's move on to play number 2. Play number 2. Conquer lands of foreign nations and turn them into colonies. So we're going to be very quick with this, right? As we mentioned earlier, we're going to go back to the book of 1 Maccabees, chapter 2, or chapter 1, verse number 2. We're going to go back and read this very quickly because we're showing you the process of how nations are being colonized in play number 2, right? So we got the mental and the psychological and the moral argument out of the way, right? Now let's deal with the act of actually going through nations, conquering these nations, and keeping these nations in subjection. So going back to the book of 1 Maccabees 1 and 2, and keep in mind, we've only covered a few verses out of the book of Maccabees to show you how extensive the Bible is in exposing the game plan of Edom when it comes to colonization and imperialism. When it comes to his attempt at world domination, the Bible lays it out so plain and so clear within only a few verses, right? And if you want to go get a political science major at a university, hey, you like it, I love it. Okay, maybe to give you some more insight on how they work, how they operate, but I would tell you to save your money. If you study the book of Maccabees, along with other principles of scripture, wisdom literature, even the Gospels, right? If you go into the Chronicles and the Kings, that alone will give you, or better yet, that alone, without all the technical terminology and all of the accolades that you get with going and getting an actual academic degree for that subject, that alone, when you study it, with the understanding of how nations operate in the earth today, that alone will make you a major in political science. Without getting all the years of debt, going up in their schools, and just learning how things work from the perspective of Esau and what he wants you to know and how he wants you to think when it comes to how politics works and how international conflict works. You study the book of Maccabees, along with the other literature that I just mentioned, and you will become an uncanny political scientist with understanding the truth of how it works. Because when you're talking about politics, we're not just talking about Democrat, Republican. We're not just talking about socialism versus capitalism. We're not just talking about the various organizations or talking points or political parties and the methods they use to get into power. We're not just talking about that. When you read the Bible, when you deal with politics from a biblical level, you're getting a holistic view of politics, not just the secular, not just the worldly, but you're also getting a spiritual understanding of what's behind the politics or the world of politics. Okay? Getting back to the book of Maccabees, chapter 1, verse number, let's see what verse we're at. What verse are we at? Verse number 3, it says, "And went through to the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him." So this is, again, Alexander going and exercising his dominion over the earth. Whereupon he was exalted and his heart was lifted up, and he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over countries and nations and kings who became tributaries unto him. So you put the nations in subjection. Now you start collecting finances and resources from these nations, right? Finances and resources from these nations. And after these things, he fell sick and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them. Now we're moving into the realm of colonialism, or colonizing the places that you've conquered. Now establishing physical bases in these places. So now you'll see Greeks in ancient Egypt. You'll see Greeks in Syria. You'll see Greeks in the land of Israel. You'll see Greeks in the Middle East. You'll see Greeks in Turkey. You'll see Greeks over in India. You'll see Greeks in Iran or ancient Persia. Right? So this is how he colonized the earth, and not only colonized it, but now set his bases in these various places to where his presence, not just culturally, but physically, are in all of the places that he conquered. Moving on, it says, so Alexander reigned 12 years and died, and his servants bare rule, everyone in his place. So here are the four servants of Alexander. First, you have the Ptolemies, who colonized Egypt. You have the Seleucids, who colonized the Middle East, Syria, and Palestine. You have Cassander, who colonized Greece and Macedonia. These were areas where Alexander actually came from, so he just maintained the home base, basically, Cassander. And then you have Lysimachus, who colonized Asia Minor, which is modern-day Turkey, and Thrace, right? So reading on, it says, and there came out of them, in fact, let me go back to verse 9, and after his death, they put crowns on themselves, so did their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth. Then it goes into Antiochus Epiphanes, and it hones in on Antiochus. We're going to come back to him a bit later, but it hones in on Antiochus because obviously the Seleucid Empire eventually gained control over Palestine, or the land of Israel. Initially, Israel fell under the dominion of the the Ptolemies, right? Initially, the Ptolemies controlled Israel, right? But eventually, under Antiochus, the Seleucids now began to impose. And I believe even before Antiochus, the Seleucids imposed upon that land, took that dominion from the Greeks to show you that, yes, here's another point we have to make. Yes, even though they're all Esau, they're all Edom, and they're working towards the same goal of the end goal of world domination, right? Within that, they will have spats, right? And rivalries and battles one against another. Because now once Esau assumes dominion, now becomes, okay, we're all Edom, but I, Edomite number one, I want my family and my line to have more prominence than Edomite number two, Edomite number three, and Edomite number four. Edomite number 2, 3, and 4, they all want the same thing. We're all ruling, but which of us out of this clan that's ruling, which of us is going to have the height of this? Which of us is going to sit at the top of all of this? Right? And we see that, hey, you seen Britain versus America. America versus France, or Britain versus France, France versus Italy. You'll see that play out in modern times. Okay? Little spats with Russia. You'll see that in modern times where Edom, they will go at each other because after all, when they all come into power, it's like, okay, we in power now, so what's next? Well, my family, my line, we have to be the ones that rule everything. They start going at each other, right? So you will see that take place. And you see that in the book of Maccabees, where Antiochus started going at the Ptolemies. Okay? Or the Seleucids start going at the Ptolemies. Right? But now let's get some modern examples, because we just showed how Edom got strongholds in these various places, right? Mesopotamia, Egypt, Syria, Israel, Asia Minor, India. This is how far his kingdom stretched, speaking about the kingdom of Alexander, right? And once they did that, they started reshaping those nations that they ruled. Okay? So let's get some modern examples, right? All right. How many of you are familiar with what is called the Sykes-Picot Agreement? How many of you are familiar with the Sykes-Picot Agreement? Say "Kun" if you are, "La'ah" if you're not. Someone said, sounds like the mafia. Exactly. I believe the mafia is like a microcosm of what happens on a higher level on an international stage between Edom. Like, we're all Italian, right? We all come from Italy. We all want the same thing. We all want to be able to control either international, or international world politics. We want to be able to control the underworld. There's certain things we all want to control, but which one of us is going to be the boss of bosses? Which of our family is going to produce the boss of bosses? Basically, that's a perfect example. That's a microcosm of how things work on an international level when it comes to Edom. We're all here in rulership. We all want the same thing, but which one of us, out of all of these families of Edom, is going to be the boss of bosses? Okay, so let's get into it. The Sykes-Picot Agreement. Again, we're showing you how Edom gets dominion over these nations, put nations in subjection, and they start reshaping those nations, right? They start making agreements. Sometimes they may get into a little spat or a little war, but nonetheless, it's moving towards reshaping the nations that they've colonized.
It's been a century since the Sykes-Picot Accord was ratified on the 16th of May, 1916. This was a secret agreement between Great Britain, France, and Tsarist Russia.
So the Sykes-Picot Agreement was a secret agreement between France, Britain, and what they call Tsarist Russia. So what was the agreement?
That would have a profound impact on the history of the Middle East.
And this agreement would have a profound effect on the history of the Middle East. So if you want to understand current Middle East conflicts and why it seems like there can never be peace in the Middle East, you have to go back to some of these agreements and some of these things that took place going back to the 19th century and how they came in and started meddling with these places after obtaining dominion. Now, they're going to give the context of when this took place. This is after the Ottoman Empire was collapsed, right? Before Esau started working his magic over in the Middle East, the dominant force in the Middle East was the Ottoman Empire, right? They ruled over Turkey and the Middle East. They were the dominant force in the Middle East. After they collapsed, now Esau steps in and says, well, hold on. We all have interest in the Middle East. France, you have interest in the Middle East. Britain, you have interest in the Middle East. Russia, you have interest in the Middle East. So how do we come to some agreement where our interests don't interfere one with another? Well, we'll do what Esau always does. He'll sit in the boardroom, come up with some agreement amongst themselves of how they're going to divide things up. Here it is. The people that live in that place, or the people who are over that land, or the people who are native to the land, they're not invited to the meeting. They're not invited to the conference. They didn't agree to anything. Right? But Esau sits in his boardroom behind closed doors. He discusses how he's going to divide things up, how he's going to break things down, who's going to take what, and then they execute. And that's what happened with the Sykes-Picot Agreement. But let me let the video play again. I have to stop and interfere with the video so that we prevent strikes.
Even today, in the era of the horrifying rise of ISIS, members of that group speak of reversing the effects of Sykes-Picot. But how exactly did it play out? And what impact does this agreement still have on the region today? In 1915, the once mighty Ottoman Empire was clearly in its final days. European nations, still caught right in the heart of World War I, were planning how this crumbling relic would soon be carved up.
All right, so y'all get that, right?
Ottoman Empire today. In 1915, the once mighty Ottoman Empire was clearly in its final days. European nations, still caught right in the heart of World War I, were planning how this crumbling relic would soon be carved up.
All right, so again, the Ottoman Empire was on its last leg. Now the nations of the West, including Russia, are stepping in and saying, well, hold up. How is this going to play out? Who's going to take what? Because now, based on who takes what, that now determines who has the edge over the other European imperialist empires. Okay? Russia, you can't have everything, because if Russia gets it, then now Russia becomes that one dominant force that no one can compete with. We can't let it be Britain, because if they get it, they'll be the one dominant force that none of us can compete with. And the same thing goes with France. So they got to make sure things are divided up so that, we keep, quote unquote, as they say, stability in the region.
In steps Sir Mark Sykes, a debonair British soldier turned politician, nicknamed the Mad Mullah by some of his contemporaries.
All right, so when you say Sykes-Picot, the Sykes of Sykes-Picot comes from this man's name.
Extensive travel and love of the Ottoman world. He was summoned by then Prime Minister Herbert Asquith, who had only recently suffered a nervous breakdown from which he was still recovering. In this admittedly difficult meeting, Sykes was tasked with negotiating a deal with the only other powerful player in the region, France. His proposed strategy had won over not only Asquith, but also David Lloyd George, Arthur Balfour, and Lord Kitchener, who not only...
Okay, David Lloyd George, Arthur Balfour. Many of you hear of the Balfour Declaration. And you may ask yourself, well, how was it that Britain had the ability to promise a homeland for the Jewish people in Israel? Like, how did they get that influence in that area? Or what control did they have in the area to make such a promise? Well, that ability came from the Sykes-Picot Agreement. They were able to make a promise because, again, after the Ottoman Empire fell, part of what Britain got was the land of Israel. So now they were able to promise or make a promise to give the Jewish people a homeland in the land of Israel, or to strike up some type of agreement which would land with the Jewish people receiving parts of the land of Israel. Okay?
only wanted Britons to join the army in his famous and much imitated poster, but who also hated the Turks and wanted Britons to expand their empire into Turkish territory. Sykes' counterpart in negotiations would be Francois-Georges Picot, a Parisian lawyer and diplomat, and a specialist
this is the Picot of the Sykes-Picot Agreement.
In Syrian affairs. The two men argued on behalf of their nation's interests and eventually settled on a dividing line drawn up by Sykes himself that went from the port of Acre on the Mediterranean Sea.
Okay, so let's go back. Hold up.
The two men argued on behalf of their nation's interests and eventually settled on a...
So these two men argued over their nation's interest. No, this is what we want. No, this is what we want. Keep in mind, the Palestinians are not a part of this discussion. The Syrians are not a part of this discussion. These other Middle Eastern nations are not a part of this discussion. So there's a whole conversation taking place about some people's land that are not a part of the conversation and how their land should be pieced off and divided up amongst these three main powers: France, Russia, Great Britain. Right? So this is how Esau operates.
A dividing line drawn up by Sykes himself.
So he drew up the lines. Look at him. This is the guy that drew up the lines that would shape what we call today the Middle East. Okay? He drew the lines right here. So when we think about the ancient Middle East, even though the lands are still there, right? I don't want anyone to get bugged out and think that I'm saying something far out there. The lands are still there. The locations somewhat are still there, okay? Or the locations are still there. But the divisions of land and what belongs to who and what comes under whose control as far as those nations in the Middle East, a lot of that was shaped in the 19th century. Okay? Those are modern boundaries of what belongs where or what belongs to who, what nation, those are modern boundaries that were established through agreements like the one we're seeing here.
Their nation's interests and eventually settled on a dividing line drawn up by Sykes himself that went from the port of Acre on the Mediterranean Sea to Kirkuk, a city close to the Persian border. North of this dividing line would fall under the French sphere of influence, including Acre on the settled on a dividing line drawn up by Sykes himself that went from the port of Acre on the Mediterranean Sea to Kirkuk, a city close to the Persian border. North of this dividing line would fall under the French sphere of influence.
So north of the line fell under the French influence,
including modern-day Syria and Lebanon.
That included Syria and Lebanon. Right? So you wonder why these areas are always under conflict, going from one regime change to the next. In recent years, you had the regime change of Assad, President Assad. Why does it seem like these places, these areas can never have any level of peace? Okay? And yes, Ishmael is a wild man. The Arabs, a wild people. That's no disrespect, but that's what the Bible says. So yeah, off that alone, you're going to have some level of conflict. But you can't discount the meddling and the interference that has taken place in those regions, which have led those regions to continual conflict. And then the West comes in and says, well, we need a regime change. And you wonder, well, what business do you have over in Lebanon? What business do you have in Syria? Well, now we see. These are former colonies. These are places where Edom once had full control of. Right? And we're going to get into that later, where you start to see, in fact, I'll save that for later. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but we're going to talk about why they seek regime changes, why they say one leader is against democracy or one leader is he's oppressing his people. And then another leader steps in place that's backed by the West. And now all of a sudden, all the problems go away. But in reality, all the problems are the same. None of the problems went away. It's just they changed the face of the country. And the person in position, still oppressing the people, still has human rights violations, but they're Western backed, which means they're serving Western interests, which means they're allowing the West to come into that country and still pillage it for its finances and its resources. Okay, but we'll touch on that a bit later.
South of the line would be under the British sphere of influence, including Jordan and most of Iraq. Palestine, as always, would continue to be argued over. Russia was brought into the talks, and it was agreed that...
Okay, so let's get that again. Let's get those divisions again.
British sphere of influence, including Jordan and most of Iraq. Palestine was a city close to the Persian border. North of this dividing line would fall under the French sphere of influence.
So north, again, we understand that's French. That included Syria and Lebanon. And I'm pretty sure when you go into some of these places today, you still see the French influence, right? Same thing when we went to Egypt. Even though Egypt was run down and dilapidated to a degree, you could still see elements of British rule in those areas, right? You can see how their streets were, how the curbs were painted a certain way. The street signs, just little small things where it's like, oh, those are the same type of street signs they have in the UK. Oh, that's the same way they deal with their curbs and the same way they deal with certain things in the UK. Ah, this was once a British colony. Same thing in Zimbabwe. You see little elements where it's like, I can see the British imprint on this land. Remember, Zimbabwe was once Rhodesia, named after Cecil Rhodes, a Britishman, an Englishman. Okay? So I'm pretty sure if you go to Syria, I'm not sure if any of you have been to Syria or Lebanon, I'm pretty sure you still see little markings and trimmings of French rule and influence over those areas.
Including modern-day Syria and Lebanon. South of the line would be under the British sphere of influence, including Jordan and most of Iraq.
So the South went to British influence, which included what?
South of the line would be under the British sphere of influence, including Jordan and most of Iraq.
So that included Jordan, Iraq, right? You wonder why both George Bush and Tony Blair, back in 2001 up to 2003, had an interest in going into the land of Iraq to remove another once considered ally turned enemy number one, Saddam Hussein. What interest did they have over there? Well, both America as well as Britain at one point held a sphere of influence where? In Iraq. Okay? So now you start to see, based on who controlled what, you start to see the politics play out. Now you understand why certain leaders are demonized. Why are they demonized? Well, they went against the former colonizer. Okay? Or what interest do they have over there? Why are things established a certain way in these lands? Well, these are imprints of nations that were colonized by the West. France, either Spain, France, Great Britain, or America, which really is just an extension of Britain.
Palestine, as always, would continue.
Same thing with Gaddafi. How did Gaddafi become an enemy? Start asking yourself, okay, who had control of Libya? Was Libya ever a colony of the West? And what did Gaddafi do to now disrupt the relationship of Libya with the West? You start putting two and two together, you start realizing, okay, this is another narrative that's being drummed up. And again, we'll touch on it later. I don't want to go into it too much now because we're short for time. So let me just finish out the video.
To be argued over. Russia was brought into the talks, and it was agreed that Istanbul and the surrounding waterways, along with our...
Okay, so this is Tsarist Russia. This is before, the Bolshevik Revolution. Okay, this is still
Iraq.
Tsarist Russia. I believe this is...
would continue to be argued over. Russia was...
So Israel was still argued over, right? But there was still a sphere of influence between France and Great Britain in the area. Israel was still argued as far as who would control that solely. So I believe this is Tsar Nicholas II. Okay, this is what they mean by Tsarist Russia. He's the last ruler of the Tsarist Russian Empire before the Bolshevik Revolution, before Stalin and those guys. Stalin and what's the other guy? I always forget his name. You got Joseph Stalin and some of these. You all get the point. Going on, reading on, or going back to the video.
Was brought into the talks, and it was agreed that Istanbul and the surrounding waterways, along with Armenia, would be placed under Russian control once the war was over.
So Armenia would be placed under Russian control. So Russia was at the table, making agreements as to who would take what.
And so a new map was drawn in place of the Ottoman Empire, and in so doing, most of the modern-day border...
Lenin was the one I was thinking about. I think it's Vladimir Lenin. Yes, exactly, Lenin. Okay. Marx, Vladimir Lenin. That's the other one. I always forget his name. But that's when the Bolsheviks start to get into to power, after they remove the last czar. Okay. Mussolini was Italy, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Mussolini was Italy. And Italy had Libya, if I'm not mistaken. So yes, I'm pretty sure if you go to Libya, you'll see Italian influence if you go to Libya. Okay, probably more so back then than now. Again, once the colonizers are pushed out, right, things start to get run down. The infrastructure is not up to par as it used to be. Okay, the country goes through a rough spat, but still, even as things get dilapidated, you still see those markings of the former colonizer. You may see the people speak Italian. You may see the people speaking French. You may see the people speaking English, the Queen's English. Right? Yes, it is. Someone says the chat is exceedingly intellectual. Yes, they are. Okay. Mussolini tried for Ethiopia too. Yes, they did. But I believe Ethiopia never fell directly under any colonial power or imperialist power. They were the ones that escaped. I think it was Ethiopia and one more country escaped the imperialist power or the colonialist power. I forget what the other country was. Okay. But Ethiopia was one of them. Right? Was it Kenya? Okay. Was it Kenya? Rose Melton said Kenya. Was that the other one? Okay. All right. Was it Somalia? I forget. There's another one who didn't fall under any sphere of influence. Okay. But I know for sure Libya fell under Mussolini. Was it Liberia? All right, man, y'all just throwing names out there. Let me move forward.
Between Iraq and Syria was formed, if indeed that border can still be said to exist, given the Syrian civil war and the rise of ISIS.
It was Eritrea.
Of course,
okay.
This business was never meant.
Okay. Someone said Eritrea. Someone said Kenya. Okay. Either way, there was two powers that didn't fall under the sphere of influence of European colonialism or imperialism. I know for sure Ethiopia was one. 1 second, Salakia.
By Lenin, discovered the Syrian civil war was formed. So doing, most of the modern-day border between Iraq and Syria was formed. If indeed that...
So much of the modern-day borders between Iraq and Syria was born. Not by their doing. Okay, these are not ancient boundaries. These are modern boundaries formed by who? Edom. Okay?
That border can still
So I'm not going to get into this too much now, and I'm going to do this in a part 2 where we focus more so on the tribes in the Western Hemisphere and showing how the same tactics were executed against us. Right? But when they say that there's no conspiracy against the black man and there's no proof of this, no proof of that, history bears out that this is how Edom operates. Okay, he will sit in a back room and discuss how he's going to divide up a community, how he's going to gentrify a community, how he's going to devalue a community so that he can come in and buy it up for cheap. These are discussions they have in back rooms before they execute the plan. If you don't believe they can do it with a few communities, look, they did it with whole countries. So people say, well, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in these conspiracies that there's a conspiracy against the black man or they're unified against the black man. I just think the black man is a victim of his own doing and he needs to tie himself up by his bootstraps. No one is operating against him. Listen, again, history bears out how these people operate in order to get the end result that they want. Again, if you think it's impossible to do it with a few communities, look at how they do it with whole countries, whole nations of people. Okay?
be said to exist, given the Syrian civil war and the rise of ISIS. Of course, this business
let's go back.
Drawn in place of the Ottoman Empire, and in so doing, most of the modern-day border between Iraq and Syria was formed. If indeed that border can still be said to exist, given the Syrian civil war and the rise of ISIS. Of course, this business was never meant to be seen by the public. However, nobody expected the Russian Revolution. The new communist government, led by Lenin, discovered the Sykes-Picot Agreement that had been made under the Tsar's rule and published it to the world just a month after coming into power. It was first printed in English by the Manchester Guardian.
So that's Lenin. For those who
expected
wonder,
the Russian
this is Lenin.
Revolution. The new communist government, led by Lenin, discovered the Sykes-Picot.
Okay, when you see this man right here, this is Lenin, Vladimir Lenin. So they're saying they're attributing him as exposing the deal that was made by the Tsar, the former Tsar of Russia, with Britain and France.
Agreement that had been made under the Tsar's rule and published it to the world just a month after coming into power. It was first printed in English by the Manchester Guardian. It's safe to say that many people were dismayed by the revelation of this secret arrangement, especially the Arabs, who had been promised an independent state in their dealings with Lawrence of Arabia.
Okay, so this is Lawrence of Arabia, very prominent, Salakia, very prominent figure when you're talking about British, how would you say it? British infiltration of the Middle East, specifically Arabia. When you get into the history of how Arabia, how they were used, how the Arabians were used one against another, right? Or how Arabs in general were used one against another for British interest. Very deep history. Okay, but here's one of the figures, a prominent figure, right? I believe he was don't quote me on this. I believe he was an MI6 agent, a double agent, as some would say, sent by the British into the Middle East, into Arabia, to stoke conflict for British interest between Arabian nations. Okay, but he exercised one of the greatest gifts of Esau, which is assimilation. He didn't go there as a colonizer, saying, I'm a Brit, you must submit to Brit. We are a high IQ, high civilization, high morals. You guys are inferior. You must dress like us. You must think like us. You must live like us. That's not how he went. He used the tactic of assimilation, where he went and totally assimilated into the culture of the Arabians. Lived like them, ate like them, thought like them, and he was able to use it against them. Okay, another key figure you want to get into the history of when we're talking about exactly 007, when you're talking about the Middle East and how that history affects the modern conflicts in the Middle East.
Sykes-Picot revealed that this would certainly not be the case. Much has changed ever since the agreement was made public, but it's hard to predict how the borders will change in the future from the ones drawn up a century ago.
All right. So that pretty much explains that. We have a few more videos. I'm just going to get a few minutes of these other ones. Okay, let me see what else I have here. All right, that's going into Africa. Let me get a little bit more on the Middle East before we move on to Africa, because again, under Alexander, it wasn't one central location that they reigned over or took dominion over. They executed this dominion over many nations. Remember, it says that he warred against many nations and took many strongholds. So his presence wasn't just Europe, wasn't just Macedonia. It was the Middle East. It was Asia. It was Africa. It was the Levant, Israel, Lebanon, Syria. Right? So we're going to move on to a few others, but let's get a little bit of this one. This is how the First World War created the Middle East conflicts.
The modern Middle East.
Now, this is 23 minutes. We don't have time to play all of this, but, you know, hopefully in the future we can do an extended version where we're playing all of the videos. Most likely that can be a Patreon that we do where we go into all of the videos extensively and break down things more extensively. But we're already almost, let me see, we're almost 3 hours in and we still have a lot to cover.
This is a region troubled by war, terrorism, weak and failed states, and civil unrest. But how did it get this way? The map of today's Middle East was mostly drawn after the First World War. the war that planted many of the seeds of conflict that still plague Israel, Palestine, Iraq, Syria, and even Iran today.
Right. So you want to understand why there's current conflict that can never seem to be resolved in these aforementioned places: Israel, Palestine, Iraq, Syria, Iran. A lot of these conflicts started during the First World War. Who started these conflicts? Edom. But again, he'll go and put a camera on these places and say, look at how wild and deranged these people are. We need to go and affect the regime change. When a lot of these people, they're just trying to pick up the pieces of what's left of their country after the colonizer done sucked them dry, or they removed the colonizer and now said, no, let us deal with things ourselves. And now the colonizer starts doing what? Putting sanctions on them. Right? Doing different things to affect their politics, their political system, their financial system. Right? Going in, like they were mentioning a few weeks ago, talking about they need a regime change. How many regime changes are you going to invoke in a country before you realize that once you do the regime change, the country becomes more destabilized than it was before the regime change? Libya still has not recovered from the death, not the death, the murder of Muammar Gaddafi. They're still suffering. Syria is still going through the chaos of the removal of Assad. Right? None of these changes are successful, at least in our eyes. But for them, it's a complete success. Why? Because now it fits their specific interest. Right? It fits their end game. And we're going to get into the end game at the end. But let's move on.
When the First World War began in 1914, the map of the Middle East looked much different than it does today. Most of the region was part of the Ottoman Empire and had been for centuries.
Right, we discussed that earlier.
Britain controlled Egypt and some strategic points in the Gulf.
So Britain controlled Egypt. Again, we lived in Egypt. When you go to Egypt, even though it's run down, it doesn't have that infrastructure and upkeep as it once had when it was under British rule. But nonetheless, you still see trimmings and little imprints of British footprints left on that place.
And a weak Persian state was informally under the influence of Britain in the south and the Russian Empire in the north.
So Persia, Iran, was divided when it comes to influence. Russia influenced the north, Britain influenced the south.
After the war ended in 1918, the Ottoman Empire disappeared and a host of new states replaced it. States whose borders were decided in far-off capitals and whose people were...
So you have another treaty. Signing of the Treaty of Sèvres on the August 10th, 1920. So the Sykes-Picot was not the only treaty or agreement that was signed that affected the layout of the Middle East.
Were caught up in the chaos and uncertainty of an unstable new order influenced by ideas like nationalism, self-determination, and Zionism. For some, the new order held out hope for a better future, but for others, only fear. Even before 1914, the Middle East was a vital strategic region. Germany built the Berlin to Baghdad Railway to extend its influence. Russia wanted...
So you see Germany, they had their interest in the Middle East. Okay? While the Ottoman Empire was still in power, right?
Constantinople and saw itself as the protector of the Ottoman Empire's Orthodox Christians. France felt the
Russia had their interest.
Same way about Middle Eastern Catholics, and Britain...
Now keep in mind, these are all Idumeans. Russia, Germany, France, these are all Idumeans. All of them looking at certain locations are saying, well, hold up. These are strategic locations, right? Let us make our mark. Let us cast our lots and now start building or putting our stamp on some of these places. Okay. And slowly but surely bringing these places or bringing these countries or these regions under our subjection.
Was concerned about the safety of the Suez Canal route to British India. Ottoman fear of the Russians, British and French is part of the reason the empire joined Germany and the Central Powers when the First World War began. For the next 4 years, fighting raged in Anatolia, Mesopotamia, the Sinai, and Palestine, alongside widespread famine and the Armenian genocide. As the war dragged on, both the Central Powers and the Allies tried to undermine each other's empires. The Germans and Ottomans appealed to Muslims under French, British, and Russian rule, while the Allies appealed to minority Christians and Arab nationalists living under the Ottomans. The Germans and Ottomans appealed to Muslims under French, British, and Russian rule.
So it says the Germans did what?
The Germans and Ottomans appealed to Muslims under French, British, and Russian rule.
So it says the Ottomans appealed along with the, let me get that again.
Empires. The Germans and Ottomans, Central Powers, and the Allies tried to undermine each other's empires.
So it says the Allies tried to undermine each other's empires, showing again that Edom, even though they're all Edom, all of them are working ultimately for their own interest. Yes, we have a common end goal, but in the meantime, in between time, we want our country or our nation or our tribe to be that one jewel over all the rest of the tribes. Right? So they were undermining each other. At the same time they're making deals, they're working to undermine each other for supremacy. So you had the Germans working with the Ottomans, and they were working on using Muslims who are under France and British control and using them as foot soldiers, Lawya, foot soldiers, to now fight their cause. So now you see how you go into some of these countries and you got these political groups, two different political groups or two different militias. And it seemed like these two militias just woke up one day and said, let's just start killing each other. Or these two political groups just woke up one morning and said, well, let's go after each other. When in reality, again, it's Edom's influence in the area. He'll go and put the battery in the back of one side and use them as his foot soldiers, while the other the other group of Edom will come in and he'll find a militia or find a group of people to now use as his foot soldiers to fight his interest. And you think just because on the ground you see cameras of just two Arabs fighting, you just think that these are wars from thousands of years ago that these people have never been able to settle or resolve. Well, no, these are relatively recent conflicts that were started by Edom, using one side against the other. He did the same thing in Africa, did the same thing with the Native American Indians. Okay?
The Germans and Ottomans appealed to Muslims under French, British, and Russian rule, while the Allies appealed to minority.
So the Allies appealed to who?
Minority Christians and Arab nationalists.
Minority Christians and Arab nationalists.
Living under the Ottomans.
Living under the Ottomans. So you got one side of Edom putting the battery up in the back of one side, and another side of Edom putting batteries in the back of the other side and using them for their own political interests and gain. Making promises that, listen, if you fight for us and we win, we'll give you this. The other side, if you fight our cause and win, we'll give you that. Right? Making promises, which in many cases, we all know, Edom didn't keep any of the promises.
The great powers also struck secret deals with each other to divide the spoils of war in case they won.
Exactly. In case they won, they would discuss, okay, if we win, this is how we're going to divide this up.
These deals had one thing in mind: winning the war as soon as possible and benefiting from that victory. The contradictions and conflicts of wartime agreements could be sorted out later, or so they thought. One of these wartime deals was between the British Empire and the powerful Hashemite family of the Hijaz region, part of today's Saudi Arabia, but then part of the Ottoman Empire. The Hashemites were led by the Sharif of Mecca, Hussein ibn Ali al-Hashimi, who agreed to lead Arab tribes loyal to him in a revolt against the Ottomans. In exchange, the British promised that the Hashemites would rule a future independent Arab kingdom, but the deal was vague about borders. Hussein hoped that if the British won, his family could lay claim to new territories and power.
You see that? So that's the deal they made with Ishmael. Now the Hashemites, if I'm not mistaken, the Hashemite clan descend from Muhammad's grandfather, Hashem, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So let's go back a little bit.
Or so they thought. One of these wartime deals was between the British Empire and the powerful Hashemite family of the Hijaz region.
All right, the Hijaz region, that's one of the older, before it became Saudi Arabia, it was divided between the Hijaz and other sections, other regions. Saudi Arabia, the term Saudi Arabia is a relatively modern term. Saudi being named after the house of Saud or the house of Saud. Okay? So even though the people are ancient peoples that came long before the family of Saud, the term Saudi Arabia comes from Ibn Saud or Ibn Saud. And from that family, that region became known as Saudi Arabia. But here you have the British making an agreement with the Hashemite family that if you win this war for us, this is what we'll promise you.
Part of today's Saudi Arabia, but then part of the Ottoman Empire. The Hashemites were led by the Sharif of Mecca, Hussein ibn Ali al-Hashimi, who agreed to lead Arab tribes loyal to him in a revolt against the Ottomans.
So, this man here made an agreement with the British that he would unite his family, unite his people, unite his region against the Ottoman Turks. Okay? Why? Because again, the Ottomans were the dominant force in the Middle East before Esau started playing in the region. Right? So he said, listen, the British came to him and said, help us fight against the Ottomans, and we'll promise you the land which now became known as Saudi Arabia.
Who agreed to lead Arab tribes loyal to him in a revolt against the Ottomans. In exchange, the British promised that the Hashemites would rule a future independent Arab kingdom.
So they promised them an independent Arab kingdom. So when you look down there, you see those princes in Saudi Arabia, even though the peoples are ancient, right? Their rulership, their monarchy is something that was given to them by Edom. Okay? A lot of these are not ancient, long-standing, thousands of years, people ruling back, families going back to this, ancient, centuries old kingdom. As Esau saying, listen, you do this for us, we'll establish you as a rulership or a monarchy in this region. Simple and plain.
The deal was vague about borders. Hussein hoped that if the British won, his family could lay claim to new territories and power, and the way to legitimize this quest was through Arab nationalism. The Hashemites claimed that they represented the desire of Ottoman Arabs for freedom and their own national state, ideas that some Arab intellectuals and nationalist societies had indeed been calling for, though not necessarily under the Hashemites.
Right, so now you start to see the political ideologies behind that fuels these wars. Right? So, and Esau understands this. He understands when he goes into these places, he understands the sentiments of the various people. Some of the people want religious rule, a theocracy. Some people more so deal on the side of Arab nationalism. Right? They believe in the religion, but they're more so unified under Arabs first. Okay, let us control our own destiny. Right? So Esau figure out, okay, who has what sentiment? How can I use it against him? Or how can I use it for my interest?
The British, who positioned themselves as liberators. Many noble Arabs have perished in the cause of Arab freedom at the hands of those alien rulers, the Turks, who oppressed them. These noble Arabs...
you see that? So you have an oppressor, the British, one of the greatest oppressors in the history of mankind, now presenting himself as a liberator of Arabs from the rule of the Ottoman Turks. Again, does this sound familiar? You have Israel, an oppressive regime in the Middle East, who is guilty of genocide, telling the Iranian people that they need to be freed from their oppressive regime under the Ayatollah. And that they're coming in, they're dropping bombs or sending bombs over to Iran to free the oppressed people of Iran. Same game plan over and over. The oppressor coming in and presenting himself as what? A liberator.
Shall not have suffered in vain. So from 1916 to 1918, the Hashemites led the Arab revolt against
there he is again, Thomas Edward Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia.
With British assistance via T.E. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia. There is some debate about the military effectiveness of the uprising, but politically, it set high expectations for the peace.
All right, now y'all can watch this in your own time. A lot of very good history. When you want to understand why the Middle East is the way it is today. Okay? There's several documentaries you can watch on this. This is a good one that's concise. Okay? But we can't do the whole thing now. Let's move on to Africa. So we saw them in secret meetings in back rooms discussing how they would divide up the Middle East. The question is, did they do the same thing for Africa? Well, let's see. Let me ask before we play the video, how many of you are familiar with the Scramble for Africa? I'm not putting the links in the chat. You can, I should put the links in the chat. It's a good idea. 1 second. One second. Let me go here so I can put the links in. All right. Where's the chat? All right, the chat taking a while to load up, so it's taking a while to load up. All right, I'll get back to that. Just give me a moment. Let me give that time to load up. I really don't want the video up because it's putting too much strain on the computer. So let me close this out for a minute. Let me close that out for a minute, and at the end, I'll just put all the links in the chat at the end. Okay. For some reason, the chat is not coming up immediately. 1 second, Salakia. Let me try it again. All right, the chat is for some reason the chat is not coming up for me. So Yeah, I'll find another time to do that. Let's get to the next one. We saw it done with the Middle East. Did they do the same thing with Africa? Let's see. And I'll just show the name as well. In fact, let me show the names real quick of some of these videos that you can go back and watch for yourself or make a part of your collection. White Man's Burden by Simplified and Short. Okay, White Man's Burden Explained. Sykes-Picot Agreement by Century Sense. Again, Sykes-Picot Agreement by Century Sense. How the First World War Created the Middle East Conflicts documentary by The Great War. Again, How the First World War Created Middle East Conflicts documentary by The Great War. Okay? All right. Next video is titled, What Was the Scramble for Africa? History Crunch Investigates by History Crunch. All right, fair use, educational purposes only.
The Scramble for Africa was a significant event in the history of the world, especially in relation to the age of imperialism. It saw the major powers of Europe compete with one another as they sought to gain territories in Africa for their own benefit. While this led to major economic gains...
So they did what? They sought to gain territory in Africa for their own benefit. The question is, how did they accomplish this? Well, let's see.
The European countries, it caused devastation and destruction for the African people.
Sounds familiar? So we showed you earlier with the Middle East, them meddling in the Middle East caused devastation and conflict for the people, and may I add, ongoing conflict for the people of the Middle East. All right? And now we're seeing the same thing is being said of what was done in Africa. How them trying to serve their own interest by taking territories in Africa led to destruction and devastation for Africa that is yet to be remedied. Okay? They're still suffering from what Edom has done, right? Going back centuries.
In this video, we investigate the history, importance, and outcomes of the Scramble for Africa. Let's explore this significant event in closer detail. The Scramble for Africa occurred from approximately 1884 until the outbreak of World War I in 1914.
All right, so from 1884 to 1914. Okay. What's that, about 30 years? For a 30-year period, they were at the scramble or working for the quote-unquote Scramble for Africa. The question is, what is the Scramble for Africa? Well, let's get to it.
In these years, almost all of Africa came under the control of the major European powers, including Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, Italy, Portugal, and Spain.
All right. So again, we have the usual suspects. Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, Italy, Portugal, Spain. All of which, if I may say, are part of the 10 horns. Right? But these are the usual suspects. Right? Again, Britain, France, we just spoke about them in the Middle East. The same Britain and France was involved in what? The colonization and imperialism imposed upon Africa. Usual suspects.
At the time, Europe was experiencing a period of rapid industrialization and technological innovation as a result of the Industrial Revolution.
Okay, so they're going through the Industrial Revolution. Technology is advancing, and now they need what? They need resources to help further advance their technology, or to actually, resources to actually help use the technology that they have. Okay?
As well, with the rise of imperialism, European powers sought to expand their empires and secure valuable resources to fuel their economies. In fact, Africa was a continent rich in resources, from gold and diamonds to rubber and ivory. Competition was an important aspect of European politics and foreign policy at the time. For example, nationalism became a central motivating factor among the European nations in the 19th century and pushed them to expand their empires of control across the world.
Now check this out. Now this goes into what I was stating earlier. Even though, again, they're all Edom sometimes will operate under what they call nationalism, his national identity. By nationalism or national identity, what country he belongs to. So again, same people, all quote unquote Europeans, as people would say in modern terms, but I'm French and you're British, right? And under nationalism, we're taught to love everything about France, everything about the culture of France, everything about the food of France, the way we dress, the way we speak, our language. We're taught to exalt that over anything and everything. And the same goes for Britain. Well, we speak a better language than you speak. We dress better than you dress. Our culture is better than your culture. Okay? Same thing with Germany. So yes, all Europeans, but one set of Europeans may exalt his family or his nation over another set of Europeans. So it says here, what is nationalism? A political movement that prioritizes the interest, identity, and sovereignty of a particular nation or ethnic group, often promoting unity, pride, and loyalty among its members. So yes, they will divide themselves. Again, they'll come to common ground on common terms to reach the ultimate end goal. But in the meantime, in between time, they will have these movements where they look at their nation as the greatest thing since sliced bread. And because of that, their nation is the one that must be exalted. Their nation must be the one that's the cream of the crop. Okay? So the Britain may feel as though they need to be the cream of the crop. Germany will feel like we need to be the cream of the crop. Italy, no, we need to be the cream of the crop. France, no, we need to be the cream of the crop. Spain, no, we need to be the cream of the crop, or the creme de la creme. Okay?
This sense of rivalry was so intense that it eventually resulted in the outbreak of World War I in 1914. At its core, the scramble for Africa was characterized by territorial conquest. European powers scrambled to establish colonies and spheres of influence across the...
So it says here, David Livingstone, British explorer and missionary in Africa. Another key figure you want to study, get some understanding on. Okay, and that's another thing. We're going to touch on that later. The missionaries, how the so-called Christian missionaries were used as a means to colonize various areas.
African continent. Explorers, missionaries, and colonial administrators played crucial roles in advancing European interests in Africa.
You see that? David Livingstone preaching in Africa. So you think he's coming to spread the good word of Jesus. You think he's coming to spread the good news. But in reality, After the Bible comes the sword. After the Bible comes the musket gun. Okay? After the Bible comes the bombs. Right? And they wonder why we're suspicious of their form of Christianity. As if we have nothing to be suspicious about. As if we have nothing to question concerning how they've used Christianity throughout the centuries to oppress. Okay?
Furthermore, the European nations raced to build railroads, bridges, and other infrastructure.
When I say Christianity, we believe in Jesus Christ, or who the world calls Jesus Christ, wholeheartedly. Okay, in the Hebrew, we call him Yeshua Mashiach, which means my Savior, the Anointed. Okay, but we believe wholeheartedly in the one the world calls Jesus Christ, and we believe in the original teachings of those who are called Christians, those who follow Christ. Right? But we make a separation between what Christ taught, what his apostles taught, and what was taught by the colonizer, what was taught by the imperialist, what was taught by the slave master. You're talking about two different forms of Christianity. One true, one false. One used to liberate, one used to oppress.
Across the vast African landscape to assist in colonization and resource development. All the while, African leaders and various resistance movements attempted to fight back against foreign rule.
Now check this out. After a while, the people get tired of the oppression, so they start to fight back. We're going to get into this later. This is when you start to hear narratives about a boogeyman in the Middle East or a boogeyman in Africa, right? And how the West, Britain, France, or America has to go and stomp out this boogeyman that they have identified as the public enemy number one. We'll get into that later.
The growing tensions and rivalry between the European powers eventually led to the Berlin Conference of 1884. This conference was called by German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck with the hope of reducing tensions between the European nations. As such, the goal of the Berlin Conference was to create a set of boundary lines and define territories for the nations involved.
Okay, so in other words, let's stop killing each other. Let's sit down. Let's come to an agreement of who is going to take what. At the end of the day, we all have interests in this place, this continent, Africa. We're all warring to see who can take what, when in reality, all we need to do is come together, have a sit down, have a talk, see what we can come to an agreement with. Right? As they say in, what's the movie? Willie Dynamite. We got to collectivize. So they sat down and collectivized on who would have control of what. Right? So that's what they all at the table doing. You see them right there at the table. This is a political cartoon, basically showing exactly what was done. They sat down at a table. Now, there wasn't a literal cake at the table with a literal knife. Okay? This is symbolic of what was done. Here, Africa is a cake. Let's divide it up in pieces. You take this piece. I take that piece. Y'all take this piece. Right?
What resulted was a mix of approximately 50 African states that divided African ethnic groups and disrupted existing political systems. African societies were not consulted in this process and were forced to accept the new territories.
So, again, these different African countries, none of them were at the meeting. None of them decided whether they wanted this or not. This was something that was discussed amongst Esau in a back room amongst the European nations in a back room. They came out with an agreement and said, okay, this is how it's going to go. Right?
Created by the European leaders. Besides the Berlin Conference, the Scramble for Africa unfolded as a series of major events, which included the British and French conflict over the Suez Canal, the rule of King Leopold II of Belgium over the Congo, Britain's control and colonization of South Africa, and the two Moroccan crises.
So let's see that again.
The rule of King Leopold II, the British and French conflict over the Suez Canal, the rule of King Leopold II of Belgium over the Congo.
Right, so when you hear about King Leopold and the atrocities he committed in the Congo, many of you are familiar with the book, King Leopold's Ghost. Well, the question is, how did King Leopold, what gave him the right to go into the Congo and did what he did? And do what he did, Salakia? Well, it all goes back to these treaties, these discussions of who was going to go and take what and have control of what resources. Now, him going down into the Congo, they gave him access to one of the greatest resources at the time, which was rubber. And from the rubber, they would make tires for the emerging automobile industry. So what do you think? And I'm not saying this specifically of I don't know his direct descendants. I'm not sure if there's still any of his direct descendants in the earth, but just giving this as an example. What do you think happens when now the direct descendants of King Leopold wake up on the scene, right? And they see the world, they see Africa in complete poverty and devastation. And they look upon the Africans with disgust, asking, well, why are you people so devastated? Why are you so impoverished? Why can't you just lift yourself up by your bootstraps? Well, here's the answer to the question. Your forefather is responsible for the devastation. Your forefather is responsible for the impoverishment. He pillaged the resources that we had that would allow us to raise ourselves up by our bootstraps. And now you this very day are benefiting from those said resources. So how dare you come and look at the state of a people after you done raped and pillaged everything and is now benefiting from it, and now look back and claim, well, these people, hey, what we say must be true. They must be savages. They must be inferior. They must lack intelligence because look at them. Look at how much they're suffering. When you are the cause of the suffering, right?
Britain's control and colonization of South Africa and the two Moroccan crises.
So you got the British control of South Africa.
Overall, Africa before colonization was a continent characterized by its vibrant societies and cultures that had evolved over millennia. European colonization profoundly impacted the African continent, leading to significant changes in its political, economic, and social landscape. Economically, the colonial powers exploited African resources, including minerals, lumber.
So there it says ivory traders in East Africa. Okay, there you got slaves. Okay, going and hunting ivory. And that's another thing. That's another trick. This should be added to the playbook. Here's another trick they play. They come and pillage and exhaust resources from a nation, right? In this case, you got ivory, which comes from elephant tusk. So they'll come and kill every elephant in sight trying to get their tusk, right? Benefit from it financially. Then the people, following their colonizers, because after all, the colonizer taught us that these ivory tusks are valuable. They're worth a lot of money. So let us go and get some of these ivory tusks, kill some elephants, take their trunks, not their trunks, their tusks, and sell them on the market. Because after all, the colonizers that came before us showed us that this is how you make money. Hold up. Hold your horses. Because now if you go kill an elephant to get its tusk, now you are committing a crime. Now you are, what's the term for it? You're poaching. Now you got PETA and all of these organizations that was nowhere to be found when Esau was killing these elephants by the boatload, by the shipload, almost causing extinction in these countries when it comes to the elephants and other animals. Right? And as soon as you go and you shoot you a little elephant thinking, hey, I'm gonna use the same little come up so I can pull myself up by my bootstraps, as y'all say. Hold up. You know, if you do that, it's a crime now. You're poaching. You're abusing the animals. Look at these sick, animalistic Africans going and hunting and killing the cheetahs and killing the elephants and using their fur. How dare them? When this is how you guys establish your wealth. Okay? The point I'm making is that they are masters at, again, establishing their wealth and now changing the rules as they go along. It was legal when we did it, right? And as soon as we established ourselves off of it, it made our money off of it. And seeing that you were trying to do the same thing, time to change the law. Now, I don't necessarily agree with just killing animals for sport. You know, killing these elephants to get their tusk. Because when Edom does it, he does it to the umpteenth degree. There is no pause. There is no stop. There is no enough is enough. Okay? Don't get me fooled. Don't, I'm not saying that in ancient Israel we didn't have ivory and we didn't have, furs and skins of animals that we use for everyday use, whether it be clothing or certain things for jewelry. That existed in ancient time. But it wasn't on this commercialized basis where it's kill everything in sight and, without care or without any regard for what happens to this creature if we continue to kill it over and over to take this resource. Okay? So it's not to say that these things didn't exist in ancient times, even when we were in Israel. But again, Esau takes it to the umpteenth degree. Right? But nonetheless, the point I'm making is that they change the laws as they go along, especially when they see that you're trying to follow the same path that they followed to obtain wealth.
And agricultural products to fuel their industries in Europe. This led to the destruction of local economies and the loss of traditional livelihoods. Socially, colonialism disrupted existing social structures and imposed European cultural norms and hierarchies, leading to social upheaval among African communities.
Exactly. Social upheaval amongst African communities. You want to see why there's certain wars amongst different tribes in Africa. Some of them go back centuries. Some may go back thousands of years. But a lot of these modern fights and spats you see between tribes, again, these are based upon Edom's meddling in their country. Okay? Taking one African tribe and using them to go fight against another African tribe. Why? Because there's one African tribe over here that they want to fight against is sitting on a resource that they need access to. But these people, they're not allowing them to come and get that resource. So they go and they start a militia, or they start feeding certain ideologies. They start putting in whispers. They start sowing discord. And next thing you know, it fuels this one side against the other side. And then again, they'll come with a camera, put a camera on it and say, look at these crazy, deranged, psychopathic Africans. This is why we need to be in the region. This is why we should be allowed to take control of the country. Because these people don't know how to govern themselves without fighting against each other. When you were the purpose, or you are the purpose, why they are fighting against each other. You started the spat. You started the fight. Okay? Also, it says they impose their own social norms. They impose their culture upon Africa. They impose their culture upon the Middle East. Right? They imposed their culture on Asia for a time.
Forced labor, segregation, and discriminatory policies further increased tensions and inequalities. Politically, European colonization devastated African government structures and ways of life. The European nations created new borders in Africa that were arbitrarily drawn, disregarding existing political, ethnic, and cultural boundaries.
Exactly. So again, they were arbitrarily drawn, meaning they did not consult with anyone in Africa to decide whether or not this would be okay, whether or not this would disrupt our country. So now you see why you got certain tribes battling against each other over certain boundaries. Certain tribes that really never got along now being forced to occupy the same space, and now that's causing disruption. Now that's causing battles and fights against these two tribes. Again, it's a direct result of Edom stepping in, dividing and taking their country, dividing their resources, and putting these people in positions to war one against another. Salakia.
Leading to long-lasting conflicts and tensions. Overall,
all right, so you all get the point on this. All right, this is meant to represent Cecil Rhodes. He got his foot on North Africa all the way down to South Africa. This is Cecil Rhodes. Okay. So there's more on this. Okay. Let's move on to Asia real quick. We'll just play a little bit of this.
Welcome back to our comprehensive series on imperialism. Today, we're focusing on Asia, specifically diving deep into the stories of China, India, and Japan. Since ancient times, China has been a powerful nation. However, a combination of corruption, internal strife,
fair use for educational purposes only,
and outdated institutions led to decline, weakening the power of the emperor. China was relatively closed off to the West because they were self-sufficient and did not need to trade with Europe.
Exactly. So as we mentioned earlier, China was self-sufficient. They didn't need anything from Britain. Everything they needed was within their country. Okay? But it says, though European merchants eager for Chinese tea, silk, and porcelain initiated trade, though
European merchants eager for Chinese tea, silk, and porcelain initiated trade, even though there was little interest in European goods.
Right. So the Chinese, they didn't want anything. There was nothing that Britain had that the Chinese wanted. Right? So how did Britain fix this little problem here?
The British then began trading opium for Chinese goods, leading to social and economic disruption.
Oh, I know how we can get access to Chinese goods. We'll start trading opium to the Chinese. Get the Chinese people addicted to opium. And next thing you know, they'll be selling their own children to get this opium, to get this dope. Okay? So again, you see how they change the rules as they go along, right? They got you thinking Freeway Ricky Ross and Nicky Barnes and Fat Cat Lorenzo and Frank Lucas and all these guys are the original dope dealers, the original kingpins. Frank Matthews, they got you thinking, the original kingpin. Okay? When in order for them to get access to resources that actually empowered the British Empire, strengthened the British Empire financially and strategically. In order to do that, they did what? They became kingpins. Right? They became dope dealers. Right. Escobar. Pablo Escobar. Oh, he's the... Man, don't get me started on Pablo Escobar. He's the worst kingpin in the history of kingpins. You let them tell it. But they have whole countries whose finances and whose economic and strategic resources were established through what? Through trading and selling and trafficking drugs, dope. Okay? So I don't want to see Snowfall. We done seen that story a million times. I don't want to see BMF. I don't want to see what's the other one. I don't want to see Power. I don't want to see Raising Canaan. I don't want to see none of that. Okay? Give me the movie or give me the series on the two Englishmen, the two Edomites, who decided to use opium to destabilize China. I need to see that story. Okay? I done seen New Jack City enough. Okay? Done seen it enough. I don't need another New Jack City. I don't need another, what's the one they did on Frank Lucas? I don't need another American Gangster. Okay? I'm tired of the whole genre, if you ask me. Let's start focusing on the real kingpins. Let's get some series on the real dope dealers. Okay?
The Opium Wars followed, where China tried to resist the importation of drugs from British colonies. Despite this,
all right, let's go back.
Leading to social and economic disruption. The Opium Wars followed, where...
So the Opium Wars followed. So how did the Opium Wars start? Well, the Chinese said, well, listen, we don't want the dope in our country. It's destabilizing our country. Our country is sinking down the drain. Our country is going to hell in a handbasket because you're turning the country into dope fiends through this opium. We don't want the opium no more. What did the British do? The British started a whole war so that they could be able to sell their dope. Now, you would think them being the high moral figures of civilization, the high moral figures of the earth, you would think they would say, well, you know what? You're right. We don't want to continue to destabilize your country. We don't want to destabilize the morality of your country. We don't want to create any more drug addicts in your country. Let's stop selling the opium so that we can prevent your country from becoming a haven for dope fiends. Because that's the high moral thing to do. You would have thought that would have been their response. But no. They took the, man, I done seen it so many times, I'm forgetting. What was Wesley Snipes? What was his name in New Jack City? Nino Brown. They didn't take the high moral route. They took the Nino Brown route. Okay? They took the get down or lay down route. Okay? Y'all are going to get this dope, whether you want it or not. And they went to war to ensure that they were able to traffic dope, opium, into China. right? But then they'll come back and lock you up for a little piece of crack.
Where China tried to resist the
Not that crack is good, okay? Not that weed is good. We're not saying any of that stuff is good, but it's just showing you the hypocrisy.
importation of drugs from British colonies. Despite this, the British Royal Navy was no match, and China was defeated, forcing them to sign unequal treaties, ceding territory, and allowing foreign control over trade.
So why did they do it? They forced them by doing this through the Opium Wars. They were able to force the Chinese into unequal treaties. It forced them to cede their territory and then allow foreign control over their trade. So there was a means to an end. And they were willing to use whatever means they had to in order to meet that end.
Sign unequal treaties, ceding territory, and allowing foreign control over trade. Different foreign powers controlled various spheres of influence within China, weakening its sovereignty and igniting nationalist sentiment that would lead to future political struggles within China.
So now I want to go back there because this is going to come back in our next segment when we talk about why it was important when it came going back to the ancient Greeks, why it was important for them to impose their culture on other nations.
Various spheres of influence within China, weakening its sovereignty and igniting nationalist sentiment that would lead to future political struggles within China.
So after a while of people being oppressed and being taken advantage of, eventually people are going to start to unite. And they'll use different means and different methods to unite. They'll use religion, they'll use culture, they'll use tradition, they'll use nationalism. And you're going to find out that the same exact thing happened when we go back to the book of Maccabees. Okay, we're going to go back there real quick. Okay, so that was play number 2. Play number 2 was conquer lands of foreign nations and turn them into colonies. Right? So we showed how these nations were, how they were conquered and eventually turned into colonies. We showed you that in the book of Maccabees, how that played out under the Greeks. And we showed you how they do the same exact thing in modern times under Britain, under France, under America, under Germany, under Russia, so on and so forth. Same exact play from the same exact playbook. Going back to 1 Maccabees 1 and 10. First Maccabees 1 and 10 says, and there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, of Antiochus the king, who had been in hostage at Rome, and he reigned in 137 year of the kingdom of the Greeks. So what are we showing here? Okay. Play number 3 out of Edom's playbook. Find those who are willing to sell out their own people and catapult them into prominent positions. Again, find those amongst the conquered nation. Find those amongst the people who you have colonized, who are willing to sell out their own and catapult those people into prominent positions. So let's see if there's any foundation for this or any root of this going back to the Bible. When 1 Maccabees 1, we read verse 10. Let's go to verse 11. In those days there went out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. So now you have the sellout class. Okay. Again, it says, in those days there went out of Israel wicked men who persuaded many, saying, let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us. For since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. So this device pleased them well. Then certain of the people were so forward herein that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen, whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem according to the customs of the heathen. So they started following ancient Greek practices, ancient heathenistic practices. These were the sellouts, and made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief. So let's see if we have any examples in modern time. Okay, these Western puppet leaders in Africa must go now. This is from Africa Reloaded.
That Western domination, imperialism, and colonialism are one of the major reasons why the continent of Africa remains behind the other continent and is not yet a global power despite its abundance of resources. But what about those greedy African leaders who, due to their selfishness and love for power, allow Western dominance?
So what about those greedy African leaders who, due to their own selfishness, allow for what?
Due to their selfishness and love for power, allow Western dominance.
Allow Western dominance. What does that mean? When the West goes in and takes control of a country, right, based on whatever interest they have in that country, they understand that it's more beneficial. They understand that it's more beneficial to have a face that the people can both recognize and can pretty much feel comfortable with. Like to have another nation just sitting there in power, and you're looking upon this nation every day, controlling your land. Here it is, you're a black nation full of black people, and there's a white face controlling everything. After a while, the people kind of know where to direct their anger to. They know exactly where the brute force and where the oppression is coming from. So what they do is they take a black face and they put that black face in power. And the people may think that initially, well, this black face is there to represent black interest. When in reality, that black face is just a black puppet that's been put in place to continue to push and fight for the interests of the oppressor, the colonizer, the imperialist. He's the black face of oppression. And whatever resources the oppressor wants, whatever finances or agenda the oppressor wants to be pushed in the country, that black face is there to ensure that the agenda of the oppressor moves forward. Now, it takes a minute for the people to figure it out, but once they start figuring it out, now you start to see, okay, conflict. You start to see uprisings. You start to see revolutions. Because the people realize that you're not really for their turn. You're just there to make sure that you're pretty much there to rock the people to sleep and ensure that the interest of the oppressor and the colonizer is met while the people still suffer, while a black face is sitting there in the office celebrating the fact that, hey, I'm a black face in power. I did it. You can do it too. Okay? He's just, you know, a symbolism. Okay?
These leaders turn a blind eye to the continued exploration of their country's resources by the West as long as they receive backup that would keep them in power. Some of them have stayed in power for so long that they forget that their country is a democracy, not a monarchy. And even though their country is always...
And they made the point that the country is a democracy, or at least it's supposed to be a democracy and not a monarchy, because some of these rulers, they'll be in place for 30 years. Okay? And once they're out, they'll just pass down the, you know, somehow, some way, the rulership gets passed down to a son or a nephew. And you ask yourself, well, how is this possible in a democracy? Is this the democracy that the West was so desirous to impose upon our country? Right? Seems like a dictatorship or a monarchy.
Always among the poorest in the world, they are never among the poor. In fact, they and their families are the richest in their country, living in luxury without caring about their poor citizens. Just like Ali Bongo, they must go if there is any hope of their countries getting better. So, who are they? President Faure Gnassingbé Idema of Togo. Like Ali Bongo of Gabon, Togolese President Faure Gnassingbé is another president who has turned Togo into a political dynasty. His family has ruled the country of 8 million people for more than 50 years, and since the last election held in the country in 2020, Faure has shown no sign of ending the dynasty. And of all the governments currently in power in Africa, his government is under the greatest threat of being overthrown in a mass uprising.
So, hence you start to see what sparks these uprisings. And they'll look at the uprising, and that'll, you know, that's going to pretty much lead me to the next segment. I'm not going to stick on this for too long. This is when you start to see the quote unquote rebels rise up, or revolutionaries rise up, or what they would call in the West, radicals rise up. Okay? They'll rise up because they're under a regime that's been in place for so long, and there's no change in the country. The people are still in poverty, and the only one benefiting are the people in power, right? In the country they're working for. Now, this also works on the flip side. You may have someone who is in power trying to work for the interests of the people, but they won't bow down to Western influence. They won't allow America or Britain or France or Germany to come into their country and control their politics or their resources. Right? So what'll happen is, again, any of these aforementioned countries, they'll start to move on these countries or start to make moves on these countries by, again, putting batteries in people's backs, funding militias, funding political parties who are enemies to the person in power who is actually fighting to keep his country together, or fighting to actually support his people. Right? And then they'll put a camera on it and state that the people who are out there, you know, they're out there fighting against the oppressive regime and they're fighting against their oppressive leader, when in reality, the leader is not an oppressor. The leader actually cares about his people. What he doesn't care about is the West being able to come in and pillage his country for all its resources. Right? So you have that element as well. So we're not going to spend too much time here. We're actually, we're well beyond the time, but let's continue on. So we understand that play number 3 is that you must find sellouts who are willing to push the agendas of the colonizer. So when you hear about regime change, we need to change the regime. Well, who are they going to replace that leader with that they just ousted, right? Without a democratic process. They love speaking about democracy and freedom, but everything they do show signs of dictatorship. Okay? You're going to remove a leader that was elected democratically out the way because you don't like him for whatever reason, and you're going to replace him with who? One of your puppets. Okay? You're going to replace him with who? One of your do-boys. Someone who's going to allow you to pillage the people and destroy the people. Right? Going back to Maccabees, 2 Maccabees 4 and 1. Right? Here's some examples of sellouts. Second Maccabees 4 and 1. It says, this Simon, now of whom we spake afore, having been a betrayer of the money and of his country. So we had the same thing in ancient Israel. People who are willing to sell out their own nation to the interests of the enemy of their nation. So that now they, the person, the sellout, so that he can have some level of prestige while the whole nation suffers. So it says, now this Simon, of whom we spake afore, having been a betrayer of the money. So you'll have someone who will be set in place or put in place, a puppet, who will allow the finances of his country to be pillaged by his colonizer, his enemy, and of his country. Not only will they allow finances to be pillaged, they'll also allow the resources of their country to be pillaged and the culture of their people to be disrupted. It says, slandered Onias as if he had terrified Heliodorus and been the worker of these evils. Thus he was bold to call him a traitor that had deserved well of the city and tendered his own nation and was so zealous of the laws. So the sellout calls the loyalist, the one who is loyal to his people, a traitor. Right? The person who is the sellout will often look at the person who is loyal to the people and say that they are the sellout. They are the oppressor. Right? They are the ones that's trying to pillage and destroy the people. They'll levy those accusations upon the person who is actually fighting for the freedom of their people. We see them do it. We saw them do it with Gaddafi. Gaddafi was once the state sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East. He was once the purveyor of an oppressive regime in the Middle East, so they said. When we realized that Gaddafi was actually trying to build to actually free his people. Okay? And make sure his people had the best quality of life in the region. And was willing to work with others in the region to ensure that they united together so that they all could have a great quality of life without having to depend upon the West. Right? So what they had to do, they had to demonize him. Call him a terrorist or a supporter of terrorism, stating that he was the ruler of an oppressive regime, that things needed to change. Libya was in need of a democracy when Libya never asked for a democracy. They were doing okay, just fine, under the man that was ruling there for 20, 30 some odd years straight. Yeah, he was in power for a long time, but he used that time well to try to uplift and build his people. Right? But this is how they work. If you find the sellouts, the sellouts will do your bidding with a black face, or whatever face is necessary for the moment. If it's in India, they'll find an Indian face. If it's in Asia, they'll find an Asian face. Whatever face is necessary for the moment, right, to meet the end goal, you'll use exactly whatever face that is. In the Caribbean, you'll use a Caribbean face. Puerto Rico, you'll use a Puerto Rican face. Right? Moving on. But when their hatred went so far that by one Simon's faction murders were committed, Onias, seeing the danger of this contention, and that Apollonius, as being the governor of Seleucia and Phoenice, did rage and increase Simon's malice, he went to the king not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but seeking the good of all, both public and private. Let's get straight to the point. In fact, this is good. Verse 6, for he saw that it was impossible that the state should continue quiet, and Simon leave his folly, unless the king did look thereunto. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus called Epiphanes took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be the high priest. So this is how it works. You have people who are used to dealing underhandedly, who are up for sale to the highest bidder. In this case, you had Jason, the brother of Onias. He wanted to be in the highest office at the time in the nation of Israel, which was the office of the high priest. And it says that in order for him to get this position, he was willing to labor underhandedly. So it says here, promising, verse 8, promising unto the king. Now the king is King Antiochus Epiphanes, the colonizer, the oppressor. Promising unto the king by intercession. So if you intercede and you help me get the position of high priest, right? If you overthrow the rightful ruler to the position and place me in position as high priest, I'll give you 360 talents of silver, and of another revenue, 80 talents. Okay, Salakia, 1 second. 1 second, Salakia, I'm sorry. All right, there we go. So promising by intercession 360 talents of silver, and of another revenue 80 talents. Okay, it should be showing now. Right? So he said, listen, I will, if you put me in position, I'll make sure I pay you an enormous, exorbitant amount of silver. Right? So this is how the sellouts work. They work in concert with what? The oppressor. So that they can gain position. So that they can obtain prestige. Right? So it says here in verse 9, beside this, he promised to assign another 150 more if he might have license to set up a place of exercise. So I'll give you more silver if you allow us to set up a gymnasium where we can go and deal with Greek indoctrination and Greek customs and exercising in the nude. We want to bring Hellenism to Jerusalem. We want to bring democracy to Jerusalem. We want to bring freedom to Jerusalem. We want to bring liberalism to Jerusalem. That's what Jason was saying. Okay? That's what he was saying. And for the training up of youth in the fashions of the heathen, and to write them of Jerusalem by the name of Antiochians. We will actually call ourselves after the name of our oppressor. That's how far I'm willing to go if you can give me the position of high priest. in modern times, it would be if you can give me the position of prime minister over my country. If you can give me the position of the president over my country. If you can make me the king or the crown prince over my country. If you do this, I'll make sure that your culture, that your traditions, your politics, your heathenism are imposed upon my people. Right? So this is the mind of the sellout. So this can't work without sellouts. This cannot work. The program cannot work without sellouts. Okay? Which when the king had granted and he had gotten into his hand the rule, he forthwith brought his own nation to the Greekish fashion. So eventually Jason did get in power. Antiochus kept the promise. He placed Jason in power, and Jason did everything he said he would do. Turned the whole nation of Jerusalem basically into Greece. Okay? There was no difference between Judea and Athens, Greece at this time. This is the promise that Jason made to Antiochus. And then went as far as calling himself an Antiochian. That's how disgusting he was. And this is how disgusting your modern puppets are. Your modern sellouts are. Right? So it goes on, but let's move on. Number 4, they must come as missionaries. Severely oppress your people, or severely oppress the people whom you have colonized in the name of peace. Again, play number 4 out of Edom's playbook. Come in as missionaries. Come in as Christians. Come in as those trying to spread the good news of Jesus Christ. Use that to severely oppress the people whom you have colonized in the name of peace. So while you're putting a boot upside their head, claim you're doing it in the name of Jesus. When you're stealing their resources, claim you're stealing their resources in the name of Jesus. Or they've wised up. That one don't work no more. Everybody done caught on to that trick. So now the new one is simply, I'm putting a boot upside your head so that we can establish peace in your country. I'm dropping bombs on your house so that we can establish peace and democracy in your country. That's the new one. Back then it was, we're trying to establish the good word of Jesus Christ. You guys are heathens. You don't know any better. You need Jesus in your life. So here we come. Here's a Bible. While you at it, let me get some of that gold. Let me get some of that ivory. Let me get some of that rubber. Let me get some of that oil. Right? But this is how it works. This is a part of their playbook. Okay? So it goes on to say, okay, now we have videos for this. I'm going to jump. We got one for Africa, but I'm going to jump. We already dealt with Africa in the past. I'm going to jump to an example in Hawaii. Tell me if you all are familiar with this history. And we're almost finished. We're almost finished. Almost finished. All right, let's go to, let's get to Hawaii. And again, this is part 1. We're going to do a part 2, more so focusing solely on the children of Israel in the Western Hemisphere, showing how they use the same tactics against us. But with Judah, we understand they had to do things a little bit differently. Even though it's similarities, it's the same playbook with the same plays. They had to deal with things a little bit more covertly. Okay?
It was
Fair
January
use for educational purposes only.
16th, 1895. Two men arrived at Lili Kalani's door, arrested her, and led her to the room where she would be imprisoned. A group had recently seized power and now confiscated her diaries, ransacked her house, claimed her lands, and hid her away. Lili Kalani was Hawaii's queen, and she ruled through one of the most turbulent periods of its history. 75 years earlier, American missionaries first arrived in Hawaii.
There's the missionaries. There's the Christians. So 75 years before they overthrew the rightful queen of Hawaii, you had missionaries come in with Bibles, with the good word of Jesus Christ, or the good news of Jesus Christ. And let's see what they did once they got access into the country.
They quickly amassed power, building businesses and claiming arable land that they transformed into plantations.
So they went into the country as missionaries, and they thought, there's a lot of land in this country that we like. We're going to take this land. Started planting on the land, started planting sugar cane, right? And you're going to find out who this family was, because believe it or not, when you go into your grocery store today, this family holds a prominent position and a prominent name in your grocery aisles, in your produce section, in your grocery stores throughout America. Okay, we're going to get into who they are, but this is how they got their start. Talking about pulling up yourself by your bootstraps. Why can't you pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Well, let's see how you pulled yourself up by your bootstraps. Let's see how you became a household name and a corporation. Let's see if you did it by pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, doing things honestly and earnestly. Let's see how you amassed your riches.
They worked closely with the Ali'i, who arrived in Hawaii. They quickly amassed power, building businesses and claiming arable land that
So they came as missionaries, but soon they amassed power and wealth by what?
They transformed into plantations.
They started taking land and transforming that land into plantations.
They worked closely with the Ali'i, or sacred Hawaiian nobility, closely linked to the gods. The Ali'i appointed missionaries to government roles, where they helped establish...
So this was the mistake. The people in Hawaii started assigning these missionaries to government roles. But the reality is that they really didn't have a choice, because these missionaries, who simply came in with nothing but Bibles, now had the purse strings, now had power, now had political advantages and political influence. So really, they had no choice but to let these people in some level of power, because of all the power and the riches that they amassed after coming into this land.
Hawaii as a sovereign kingdom with a constitutional monarchy. But once certain business opportunities emerged, namely the prospect of exporting sugar to the U.S. tariff-free, some of their descendants shifted positions. They formed a political group known as the Missionary Party.
So they formed a group called the Missionary Party. Now, they threw a little cherry on top by stating that Hawaii, listen, you guys will be able to import sugar tariff-free, and in return, you'll be able to get certain resources and certain luxuries from the Americas shipped into Hawaii, without charge. Okay, so this was the thing they did to make things a little sweet, right?
Began plotting to annex Hawaii, bringing
So let me go back.
Their descendants shifted positions. They formed a political group known as the Missionary Party.
The Missionary Party. Don't that sound Christian? Don't that sound so sweet? Don't that sound like sweet Jesus? The Missionary Party. Now let's see what the purpose was for the Missionary Party.
And began plotting to annex Hawaii.
So the Missionary Party was established to start plotting on how to annex Hawaii. In other words, how to steal Hawaii and turn it into an American colony, an American state. That's what the Missionary Party was started for. So if you thought it was started so that they can start having some Bible studies in Hawaii, you sadly mistaken. The missionary party was established in Hawaii to plot and plan on how to take Hawaii,
bringing it under U.S. control. Liliuokalani and her siblings were born into an Ali'i family. In 1874, her brother, Kalakaua, ascended the throne, but 13 years into his reign, the emerging threat crystallized. The missionary party called a meeting where an all-white militia surrounded and forced the king to sign new legislation.
So they gathered up a militia. Speaking about this missionary party, they gathered up a militia, surrounded the rightful king of Hawaii with guns. Not with democracy, not with discussions and peace talks and all these various things and trying to strike a deal, as they claim they tried to do in modern times, but they surrounded this man with guns and told him to sign off on these treaties or else.
Later called the Bayonet Constitution, it stripped Native Hawaiians of their rights, diminished the monarchy's power, and...
You were right, Elder Dell. Guns. Okay? Guns can solve just about any problem you can think of. People are hesitant. They don't want to give over no power to, a foreign entity. They want to fight for the rights of their people. Just put a gun to their head. You'll get better results.
Ceded control to this group of white businessmen. 4 years later, King Kalakaua died. Heartbroken, Liliuokalani said, by the base ingratitude of the very persons whose fortunes he had made. Prepared to fight, she assumed the throne.
All right, so here's his sister. And she was prepared to fight. Okay?
Despite death threats and rumors of insurgency, Queen Liliuokalani was determined to restore power to her people, an estimated 2/3 of whom had lost their voting rights. Flooded with requests for change, she authored a new constitution. But before she introduced it, the so-called Committee of Safety, a new organization that consisted of many missionary party members, hatched another plot.
So here it is. Now she's plotting. The rightful heir of the land, rightful owner of the land, the Queen of Hawaii, she's plotting to actually make moves to bring the country's power back to her people. So what do? They created a whole new committee called the Committee of Safety. Why? Well, they try to keep the Hawaiian people safe. Or they try to make them, keep themselves safe. Because once people start making these political moves to get the colonizer out, the colonizer looks and says, well, surely violence will soon ensue. The same way we have used guns and weapons to impose our will, I'm pretty sure these people will result eventually to using guns and weapons to impose their will to get us out. So here it is. They hatched another plan. While she was planning, she created a whole new constitution. She started dealing and galvanizing her people. The people were behind her. Now let's see what Esau does. And this happens time and time again. Okay? Time and time again. Same thing. We saw it in the book of Maccabees. Right?
Under the false pretense that this new constitution endangered American property and lives.
So they stated that this new constitution endangered American property and lives. Right? So this was the propaganda they used to now galvanize the U.S. against Hawaii.
They staged a coup on January 17, 1893. More than 160 U.S. Marines marched to the palace, where the Committee of Safety removed Queen Liliuokalani from office.
I guess this is what democracy looks like. Remove the rightful person who belongs on the throne from the throne for your personal interests. That's true democracy.
Thousands of Hawaiian people protested, some wearing hatbands reading Aloha Aina, or...
So check this out. It says, Hawaii, Holomna, progress. This is what's on this article. The life of the land is established in righteousness. Honolulu, July 2nd, 1894. A solemn protest. Check this out. The people of Hawaii protest against the new constitution and Mr. Dole's republic. How many of you ever heard of the Dole Fruit Company? Dole's bananas, Dole's pineapples. And you thought this was just the name of a corporation, or maybe the name of some family farmers who just love bananas and love growing pineapples and sugar and decided to start a company based on their love for pineapples and sugar and bananas. No, this is a corporation whose roots was founded in stealing land from the Hawaiians. And again, here they come in the 21st century telling you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Why can't you just work hard? When everything they got, they stole.
Love of the nation. The alleged provisional government declared Hawaii a republic the following year. They proclaimed that Hawaiians couldn't vote or be government employees without signing a new oath of allegiance.
So you had to sign an oath of allegiance to America as an Hawaiian in order to get jobs or not to be treated as a second-class citizen. So now that goes back to the book of Maccabees when it says they gave them license to operate in the fashion of the Greeks. In order for you to have respect under Hellenist Judea or Greek-controlled Judea or Seleucid-controlled Judea under Antiochus Epiphanes, you had to show allegiance to the heathen. You had to show allegiance to the Greeks. If you didn't, you were a target. You were a second-class citizen. Your life was constantly in danger. Right? Same thing over and over.
Many refused. The following
All right, fair use for educational purposes only.
year, some of Liliuokalani's supporters attempted a counter-revolution. The Republic responded brutally, jailing hundreds and sentencing 6 people to death. In exchange for their release, the Republic made Liliuokalani sign a document that claimed to relinquish her throne, and they imprisoned her in the palace.
All right, that's how much she loved the people. The people who were loyalists to her, they rose up and tried to revolt. The revolt was unsuccessful. 6 of the people, a part of the revolt, was murdered, were killed. And in order to get these people out, she was willing to abdicate her throne. Right? She signed a document stating that, listen, I'll leave my throne, just let my people out of prison. That's how much she loved her people. Right? And they made her pretty much a political prisoner for the rest of her life. This is how your Dole Fruit Company was started. Who still got produce right there in your grocery stores. You'd be hard pressed to find a banana that don't say Dole on it. Or to find a pineapple that don't say Dole on it. Okay? Or some canned fruit that don't say Dole on it. You'll be hard pressed. And these are criminals who started the corporation. Right? So you want to talk about a RICO, a criminal enterprise. We're looking at one right here. And that's why we don't fall. And I want to keep bringing this up. That's why we don't fall for these narratives when they talk about P. Diddy they're trying to make you believe that he's the worst. He's the sickest man on the face of the earth. A one-man criminal enterprise. When you got criminal enterprises like this that are still benefiting from the enterprise, still benefiting from stolen land and resources, still got the evidence in the grocery store. You go to the grocery store every week. It seems like now almost every other day you're in the grocery store and you see an evidence of the thievery, evidence of the criminal enterprise right there, smack dab in the grocery store. Right? But you'll never hear these names being brought up on any charges, huh? Let's go on.
Under constant guard, she composed songs expressing her love for her people and began making a patchwork quilt that told the story of her life.
All right, so this is what she did while in political imprisonment. Started writing songs for the love of her people. So she really never, lost the fight. Okay? As much as she could, she still had that spirit in her to liberate herself and her people at whatever capacity she could. Okay?
While she was only allowed news that had been reviewed by her jailers, her supporters often brought her bouquets from the garden she dedicated to them, wrapped in newspaper. After 8 months, Liliuokalani was placed under house arrest. As soon as it was lifted, she traveled to Washington, D.C. with Hawaiian nationalists and over 20,000 signatures. There, they successfully convinced Congress to halt the Republic's annexation treaty. But the following year, the Spanish-American War began. Seeing Hawaii as a strategic military base, President William McKinley declared it a U.S. territory on July 7, 1898, breaking international law and devastating Queen Liliuokalani and her people. She spent the rest of her life petitioning for the restoration of her lands, native Hawaiian rights, and national liberation. When she died in 1917, these dreams were unrealized. A member of the group that forced Queen Liliuokalani out of office once declared, "If we are ever to have peace and annexation, the first thing to do is obliterate the past." They failed at this goal. Queen Liliuokalani left a resilient legacy. Her commitment to her land.
Yeah, that's another thing they love to do. Let's obliterate the past. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's stop bringing up old stuff. Let's move on to the future in this, this utopia, where we still got our foots on your neck and you're happy with it. That's what utopia looks like. Okay, and it's let bygones be bygones until you mention the Holocaust. Then all of a sudden, no, never forget. Okay, double standards, hypocrisy. It's all a part of the playbook. Now we have a little bit more. Okay, we got a lot more, but we're going to have to condense it to a little bit more because we have been here for over 4 hours. Okay, but if you didn't guess, we have another video showing the identity of those who actually stole the land, the Dole Fruit Company. But I'm pretty sure you all get the point. You can go research that in your own time. Let's move on to the next thing. So play number 5. Impose your religion and culture on the people you have colonized, aka westernized or modernized. Anyone who does not accept the colonizer's culture is considered a barbarian, an enemy that must be neutralized. And for that, we're going to go back to 1 Maccabees chapter 1. And let's read about the exploits of Antiochus and how he tried to impose his culture on the people, and those who did not adhere were destroyed, were decimated. So 1 Maccabees 1:41 says, "And moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and that everyone should leave his laws. And so all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king." So that's like Britain going into Iraq, Britain going into Egypt, Britain going into Zimbabwe, right? And stating that, listen, now that you're under my control, I want all of you to now accept British traditions and values. Whatever you were doing before, who cares? Who knows? And who cares? Right? For now on, you drink tea, you got tea time, you eat crimpets, okay? You speak the Queen's English, and that's how we're going to operate going forward in all of these places where I have colonized, okay? All the places that I have put in subjection. all of you are now going to accept and adopt British culture. Okay? So it says, yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion and sacrifice unto idols and profaned the Sabbath. So you have those who willingly accepted the colonization. For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and to the cities of Judah that they should follow the strange laws of the land and forbid us. Now, someone said that this is coming soon for us. I'm not sure what part you're talking about. It's coming soon for us. Maybe you were speaking about something earlier in the chat, but it ain't coming soon for us. It's already happened to us. That's why I want to do a second part to this, showing that the same exact thing. Now, again, we're focusing more on international because we just had a recent international conflict in which they were talking about certain things such as regime change and why this one needs to be moved out. And, you know, you always hear these talking points when these conflicts come up, right? So I wanted to focus on the international, but make no mistake about it. What's been done internationally to the world abroad has already been done to us right here on American soil. It's been done to our brothers in South America, in Mexico, our brothers on the Caribbean islands. Okay, so-called Puerto Ricans, the so-called Haitians, the Dominicans, the Jamaicans and West Indians. It's already happened to us, right? So we're going to explore that and show how these same tactics were used against us in times past, but also how it still affects us and is used against us till this day. Okay? But going back, it says here, these were the things that Antiochus set in place. This was a civilization that they talk about, this high civilization and morality that they say was spread through the Greeks. Okay? The pioneers of Western civilization. Check this out. Forbid burnt offerings, which was a part of our custom, and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and the festival days. This is what high civilization looks like. Okay? No more Sabbath, no more offerings, no more temple worship, and to pollute the sanctuary and holy people, to set up altars and groves and chapels of idols, and sacrifice swine's flesh and unclean beasts. Again, this is what their civilization looks like. This is where America and Britain get their civilization from when they're going to establish high civilization and democracy. This is what they're establishing. Right? That they should also leave their children uncircumcised and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation. Profane yourself. Make yourself unclean by dealing in uncleanness, perverseness. This is the civilization and the democracy and freedom that they are referring to. Is right here in the book of Maccabees. To the end that they might forget the law and change all the ordinances. And whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, tell me if this sounds democratic. Tell me if this sounds free or liberal. Whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, he said he should die. So if you don't bow to my subjection, my colonization, my imperialism, my cultural imperialism, if you don't bow, you will die. In the selfsame manner wrote he to his whole kingdom and appointed overseers over all the people, commanding that the cities of Judah to sacrifice city by city. Then many of the people were gathered unto them, to wit, everyone that forsook the law, and so they committed evils in the land, and drove the Israelites into secret places, even wheresoever they could flee for secure. So now, what happens is the Israelites become refugees in their own land. They become public enemy numero uno, or public enemy number one in their own land. We see this time and time again. A regime is set in place by the oppressor, and it destabilizes the country where the citizens who were once safe in that country now become in fear of their life every hour. Again, we've seen this in Libya. Right? We've seen this in Libya, where now you have people now being subject to slavery. People being brutalized on a daily basis after their country was destabilized. Right? So that's what they did to us. They destabilized our nation, our country. Now, the 50th day or the 15th day of the month Casliu in the 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar and builded idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side and burnt incense at the door of the houses. And when they rent in pieces the books of the law they found, they burnt them with fire. So they burnt our constitution. They burnt our laws. They burnt our legislation. Okay? And started establishing their customs. So reading on, it says here's some of the brutality they committed against us. Verse 60, at which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised, and they hanged the infants about their necks and rifled their houses and slew them that had circumcised them. So if any woman had the courage to still circumcise her child according to the custom of her forefathers, that woman was killed along with the child. These are the brutalities and the atrocities that were committed against us. And you see the same thing happening today throughout the four corners of the earth. They go into a place to stabilize it, murder anybody who is a representation of what was formerly there, so that now they can establish thoroughly the culture and the customs of the colonizer. Howbeit many in Israel were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing. So you have those who stood strong and were willing to suffer the consequence for doing such. Okay. Let's see what else we have. We're going to come to a close very soon. But let's give an example.
Our budgets.
For educational purposes only.
President Yoweri Museveni denounced on Thursday the World Bank's decision to suspend new funding in response to a harsh anti-LGBTQ law.
Right. So in short, basically, we've seen this happened a few years ago, that the World Bank said that they would suspend funding to Uganda if Uganda does not accept a new LGBT law. So what are we seeing? Again, we see colonialists, imperialists imposing their will upon a country and telling that country that if you don't accept our culture, if you don't accept our way of life, if you don't accept our perverseness, our uncleanness, then we're going to make sure that you and your people suffer. That's exactly what they did in the book of Maccabees. You don't accept the doctrine and the teachings of Hellenism, we're going to put you to death. This time, they got to play it a little bit more covertly. They'll destabilize the country. And what that does is that now it causes the people, the citizens of that country, to now look at their leader and start to turn on the leader. Right? Or you may have people in the country that have those sentiments towards LGBT behavior. And now they start to form these little groups and these little political factions, which now make it seem as if, see, we're rising, we're fighting for our freedom. Again, a camera gets put on it. Look at these people being oppressed. They want their freedom. America, it's time for us to spring into action. Or Britain, it's time for us to spring into action. France, time for us to spring into action. It's time for us to go free these people. Okay, so these are the dirty tricks they play. But moving on, you all get the point with that. Moving on to number 6. Dehumanize anyone who resists your colonization. Dehumanize them by calling them terrorists, rebels, insurgents, or radicals. And we saw that a lot during the invasion of Iraq. We start hearing all these new terminologies. Okay, insurgents, rebels, radicals, terrorists. Right? And it's the same exact tactic they use over and over. Anybody who stands as a protector of their culture, a protector of their people, a protector against imposition, automatically they're labeled as some type of radical, some type of barbarian, some type of insurgent, or some type of terrorist. Okay? When you look in what's going on in Burkina Faso, now he's rising up, and I'm pretty sure they're plotting and planning and have been plotting and planning on trying to find a way to address Burkina Faso. What's going on in that country? Okay? It's no different than when you go to the book of Maccabees, when we rose up, if I can go there real quick, I can't read the whole account, but when we rose up, right, we had to flee, right, for our lives. So you had a revolt that took place. They we're tired of this. We don't want this imposition of the Greeks upon our country. We don't want their culture. We don't want their religion. We don't want their swine. So eventually we got tired of it. And when we saw one of our people going and sacrificing on the altar a pig, we lost it. Put the sellout to death, started rebelling, ran to the mountains, and they started planning a revolution. They started planning the rebellion. Got all of those of like minds who thought exactly the same way, got them all together, and started planning their response to the Greek imposition. And you've seen it time and time again. That's what happened with the Islamic Revolution. Many of you, we have the videos on it, but I don't have time for it. Many of you may wonder, well, how is it that Iran, who was once an ally, in fact, let me go ahead and play it. Let me go ahead and play it. This will be the last part or the last segment that we play in full. Okay? But here's another thing I wanted to show as well before we get into the Iran thing. Speaking about Iran. Here's a video called The History of Women's Rights in Iran. So now you have this big thing, this big debate about whether the Iranian regime, the current regime, is oppressive against women. And by the current regime, we mean the regime that's been in place since 1979, since the Islamic Revolution. Right? So I wanted to show this very quickly to show you an example of the cultural imposition, the cultural imperialism. Right here on the image of the video, here you see an Iranian woman before 1979, before the Iranian Revolution or the Islamic Revolution of Iran. And here you see after the Islamic Revolution of Iran, right? So let's check this video out. We're only going to play a little bit of it.
This was Iran 40 years ago.
So this video is from 2 years ago. This woman, I'm assuming she's an Iranian, probably was raised in the West, probably was raised in America, California somewhere. Right?
I know it's hard to believe, but this...
And she's showing images of women in Iran, okay, before the Iranian Revolution. Now, we look at how they're dressed. By today's standards, we would consider this very modest. Okay? If you were to look at these women, before she mentioned that these women were from Iran and that these were Iranian women 40 years ago, if she didn't mention that, you would have assumed these women were somewhere in America, somewhere in Florida, somewhere in California, somewhere in New York City. Because after all, they look, outside of certain things you can kind of notice as far as their features. Outside of that, these look like regular, everyday American or Americanized or Westernized women. Right?
This was Iran 40 years ago. I know it's hard to believe.
So again, here's Iran. Okay, they look like they, no different than someone in Florida, California, Texas. They look like Americans.
But this is literally how we used to dress. This is Iran now.
So this is Iran now.
Literally how we used to dress. This.
Okay, full hijab. This is Iran now. Okay? So for many, they would say that this is oppressive. Right? And I'm not saying that those sentiments don't exist there. I'm not saying that. Okay? But now this shows us cultural imposition. Now, if we know anything about fashion, right? We know that fashion, the world of fashion is relative, meaning what? What's fashionable yesterday, or what was fashionable yesterday, is subject to change today. And what's fashionable today, or acceptable today as far as fashion goes, is subject to change tomorrow. So if you have a country or a people who the way they deal with fashion or the way they dress themselves is dictated by what's relevant today, even though it may seem like it's you're free to express yourself and dress the way you want, that can become a trap. Why? Because let's look at these women again. This is Iran. Okay? These are Iranian women. And again, the standard 40, 50, 60 years ago was what you see before you. Many of your mothers may have dressed like this. Many of your grandmothers may have dressed like this. And again, this was considered modest for the time. Or not modest for the time, modest by today's standards. Now, you may go back a little bit further, and what they're wearing now may have not been modest in the time previously. But again, it shows you that fashion changes over time, right? What's acceptable today may have not been acceptable in a time prior or an era prior. But for the most part, there's really nothing wrong with what they have on. It's pretty modest, pretty well put together, right? But if you allow this to go on, where how you dress is dictated by today's fashion, the women would eventually go from this to this. This is what the women of Iran will look like in 2025 if they allow things to just continue on with how or what's acceptable with today's fashion. Now, some people may look at this and they may think, hey, this is quite modest. Okay, there's nothing wrong with this. But this is what Iran foreseen. I'm not sure if you all can see the picture. You can see the full image. But this is what they foreseen. Eventually, if you leave things up to chance and there's no cultural norm, no cultural standard, eventually the women will go from this to this. Okay? I don't know why the image is not. Let me adjust it so you can see the full thing. 1 second. All right, there it is. Right? This is what happens when you allow things to just move on and let nature decide, let the trends decide, let the fashion of the day decide. Okay? Some people may look at this and say, hey, there's nothing wrong with this. This is quite modest. I said some people. I didn't say any of you would. I'm saying some people would think that this is quite modest, right? All right. So now let's get into Iran, right? So because the women are not allowed to move on with the fashion, they say if the women show their hair, just little things that women do over there, there's a punishment for it. That's what they're saying. Now, sometimes you can't believe everything that you're told here on the West concerning what's going on in another country, because they're likely to exaggerate. They'll take one or two examples of something that may have happened, an atrocity, and make that the case for the whole country. Or, let's say hypothetically, that is the case. Women can't express themselves when it comes to fashion. They can't dress like the Kardashians. They can't dress like Madonna. And, I can't think of any other names because I don't follow modern culture. Y'all can throw the names in the chat. They can't dress basically like people would here in the West. Right? They can't drive cars and all. Oh, we heard it. We've heard it before. We heard the same thing with Iraq and some of the other places in the Middle East. The women can't drive cars. They can't do this. They can't do that. So America decides to go and, again, establish freedom in the country, and the country is still destabilized. Okay? If the women are able now to drive cars, the cars got potholes the size of craters in it because you done bombed it to hell and back. Okay? So what good was your freedom and democracy and your liberalism? Right? But moving on. Let's get into, you got the Cuban Revolution. Here's another example.
In 1959, a small band of revolutionaries led by Fidel Castro and Che Guevara overthrew the Batista dictatorship in Cuba.
Right, and when you get into the history of Fidel Castro, when you get into how many times, exactly, as Elder Rawchaa stated, not one country that they quote-unquote helped ever became greater. Not one. All of them are still suffering from the destabilization of the West. Right? Let's check out Cuba. Now, when you get into the history of Castro and how many times and ways they were talking about how to assassinate this guy, it's ridiculous. Right? All because of what? All because he wanted, again, same story over and over. He no longer wanted Western imposition on his country. Okay? Now, we don't believe in communism. We don't believe in socialism. We don't believe in any of these isms. Okay? But this was the method that these people sought fit to free their country from the oppression of the West. Okay?
In its place, they established the first socialist state in the Western Hemisphere. The Cuban Revolution didn't just change life on the island, it shook the world. Before Castro, some say life in Cuba was pretty good.
This is before Castro. Do you all see?
Before Castro.
This is before Castro. Do you all see the same pattern over and over? Before a revolution takes place, the country looks no different than America. The women, Americanized, Westernized. The men, Americanized, Westernized. Again, this looks like Miami. This looks like California. This looks like New York City. Okay, they look like they're at the, what's that old club in New York City that was a big thing back in the 50s and 60s? What is it, the Coco Cabana or something like that? Okay. They look like they're in a jazz club somewhere in New York City.
Some say life in Cuba was pretty good. The economy was booming, literacy rates were high.
So the economy was booming, Literacy states were high. Right? These are all the things they push to say that the people were in better case or in better shape under the oppressor. At least the oppressor allowed them to read or taught them to read. Took everything else, right? Pillaged the country, pillaged the women, but hey, he gave them a few books to read.
And people in Havana enjoyed all the modern conveniences.
Look, this is like a jazz club in New York City. Look.
But beneath the surface, there was rising inequality, rampant racism, and a corrupt U.S.-backed dictator named...
A what? A U.S.-backed dictator. So yes, it was good times for some, but it was poverty and destruction and devastation for the majority. So when they say that, well, you know, the country was better, and you'll hear this also from people from Iran. Well, you know, before the Iranian Revolution, man, the good times were rolling. But the question is, good times for who? Of course, if you were an aristocratic family or you were a family of means, yeah, it was good times for you. But for the rest of the people, it was hell and devastation. Right? So here we see the same case in Cuba. You got a Western-backed dictator, right?
There was rising inequality, rampant racism, and a corrupt U.S.-backed dictator named Fulgencio Batista. This reality led some young Cubans to call for change and more distance from the United States. Among them was a young lawyer named Fidel Castro. In Mexico in 1955, Fidel Castro met Ernesto Che Guevara. Che had become a Marxist while riding his motorcycle through the Americas in the early 50s, witnessing poverty and the impact of U.S. intervention.
Now, again, we don't believe in Marxism, right? But again, this was the method that they were using. A lot of countries were using as a means to try to get their freedom during this time.
Particularly the CIA-backed overthrow of Guatemala's democratically elected president. Together, Fidel and Che plotted an armed revolution against Batista. The revolution began with a daring plan. On December 2, 1956, 82 fighters sailed to Cuba on a beat-up fishing yacht called Grandma. Many were killed or captured immediately, and Che was wounded. But about a dozen fighters made it to the Sierra Maestra Mountains, where they regrouped and formed a new rebel army. For 2 years,
There's the rebel army. There's your rebel army.
And Che was wounded, but about a dozen fighters made it.
So it started off with a few. Sounds very similar to the story of the Maccabees, right? When you get the chance, read First Maccabees, the 2nd chapter. It simply started off with the Hasmonean family, Mattathias and his 5 sons. It was a very small few that initially started the revolution. And eventually, they ran to the mountains. They regrouped, and eventually they came back with a whole army, ready to fight off all of Antiochus and the Greeks' imposition on the land of Israel.
Sierra Maestra Mountains.
Now, I want to make this clear. Again, we're going to do it in a part 3. Part 2, we're going to try to focus on the Western Hemisphere. We're going to focus more on Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, America, okay, South America, Mexico, so on and so forth. But in the last one, part 3, we're going to focus on what does revolution look like for us. And again, I want to make this clear, not to put the cart before the horse. Revolution for us does not look like taking up arms, going to the streets and protesting, guerrilla warfare. That's not our revolution. That's not how we fight. Okay? The weapons, here's a clue. The weapons of our warfare are not carnal. Right? So we'll deal with that when we do our part 3. We'll do that in the very near future.
Where they regrouped and formed a new rebel army.
Right. So they regrouped and started a whole new, quote unquote, rebel army. And that's exactly what the Maccabees did. Which is why, again, you don't know political science or anything of that nature or warfare unless you study the book of Maccabees.
For 2 years, they waged a relentless guerrilla war against Batista's forces. Finally, on New Year's Day, 1959, Batista fled the country. Fidel Castro named himself prime minister, a position he would hold for almost half a century. Che Guevara continued to fight for revolutionary causes but was killed in Bolivia in 1967. Yet his legacy endures. His image remains a symbol of rebellion, printed on t-shirts worn by youth around the world. The Cuban Revolution transformed not just Cuba but also the global geopolitical landscape. It altered the island's relationship with the United States and left a lasting imprint on the 20th century.
All right, so there you have it with Cuba. Let's get to Iran, the 1979 Iranian Islamic
40
Revolution.
years ago, Shiite Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini spearheaded a revolution that deposed the monarchy in Iran. And it's
So here's a picture. That's Ayatollah Khomeini. All right, you may hear that name in passing, but here's the image of his face on this banner. Again, this is Ayatollah Khomeini. Now it says that 40 years ago, now this video is from 6 years ago, going back in 1979, he sparked a revolution that would overthrow the monarchy. The Western-backed monarchy, if I may add, that was represented by the Shahs. Okay, they were overthrown. Now again, those who were, the good times were rolling, they had a little money back then, they hate the revolution. Right? Because many of their families ended up fleeing from Iran to to North America, California and other places. When you see that guy, Patrick Bet-David, he's one of those people whose family fled during the Islamic Revolution. And usually when he speaks about Iran, he speaks about it in a negative light. Okay, now I'm not going to speak against his experiences. I don't know what his experiences were. But again, he represents that class. He would be in the time of Maccabees. He would be those who are under Jason, right? Who are okay with the imposition of the oppressor, just as long as he could survive and, make a little money and get his comeuppance in that environment, while the rest of the people suffer.
place arose an Islamic republic. A repressive theocracy had replaced an authoritarian monarchy. And almost overnight, Iran had been transformed from a crucial U.S. ally into a bitter opponent. Here are some of
let's go back.
Place arose an Islamic republic. A repressive theocracy had
It says a repressive theocracy. Now, theocracy is a government that's ruled by a religious leader. Okay? Now, do we believe in theocracy? Yes and no. Because we understand that when Christ returns, his kingdom would be considered by today's standards a theocracy, a quote-unquote spiritual or religious leader ruling over an empire. Now, I say no because if you go back to the times of ancient Israel, more so the first century, you had scribes and Pharisees, the Sanhedrin. Okay, they would constitute somewhat a theocracy. And yes, under their regime, it could be oppressive. Okay, we've seen many examples of that, how they were imposing themselves upon the people. So yes, a theocracy can become oppressive, especially if you have either corrupt leaders or, anytime you got man, ruling over any form of government, you're going to see elements of corruption. Okay. But going on now, again, the West has their interest in pointing out the quote unquote oppressive regime is not because they care about the people of Iran. It's because they want that regime out of place so that they can replace it with another Shah. Okay, another monarchy, another do-boy, another puppet.
Placed an authoritarian monarchy. And almost overnight, Iran had been transformed from a crucial U.S. ally into a bitter opponent.
So it says overnight, Iran transformed from a crucial Iranian ally to what? A bitter opponent. So many of you may have not realized that Iran at one point was an ally to the US, to the West. But after this took place, they became a bitter opponent.
Here are some of the key dates that led to the revolution.
Now we're going to let this play out, and after this, we're going to bring the closing in.
From 1941 to 1979, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, a close partner of the United States, had ruled
Iran. A close partner. He was not a partner. He was a close puppet of the United States. Also, look at the language they use. Look at how they play around with the language to make you think that he was, they were equal partners, co-rulers, 50% is my bike and yours, like Red would say on Friday. What'd he say? It's kind of like both of ours, right? That's the image they would want you to believe was the reality of Iran under the Shah. We're both partners. We both own it, equal co-rulers, right? But partners is like when Jay-Z owned the Nets, okay? Or like when Jay-Z owned the Barclays Center. That's how much of a ruler the Shah was of Iran, right?
He modernized Iran while forcefully suppressing dissent and political freedoms. The clergy opposed the Shah's social and economic reforms. Discontent grew until in 1978, anti-Shah demonstration spread across the mostly Shia country. Strikes and mass protests erupted, and accusation flew that the Shah was the US puppet. Martial law was imposed. Cassette tapes of speeches by the 76-year-old Khomeini were smuggled into the country, fueling the unrest. Many Iranians took to the rooftops at night to shout, Allahu Akbar, or God is great, to express their...
So they were smuggling his tapes throughout Iran. Now, at this time, I think that he was, either seeking asylum in other countries, but they would smuggle his tapes. His loyalists would smuggle his tapes into Iran. And the people would listen to those tapes and they would get riled up and get inspired. And that goes into what we mentioned a few months ago when you had incidents of Israelites going to certain places and, teaching, no different than what we do on the streets in America. But in these different countries, these countries are so used to being destabilized and political factions rising up that you come there and you speak with some level of authority. Or you come there with teaching. You may just be teaching that Jesus Christ is black, but you're coming with this either authority or you're coming with this idea, which seemed like it's teetering along, you want regime change. Or maybe this is a new political faction that's rising up that's trying to take power or get a seat in the government. Okay? That can be met with extreme opposition, as we saw in those videos a few months ago. Okay? In these places, ideas, it's not like America where freedom of speech and freedom of this, freedom of that. Ideas are just ideas. You choose what you want to do with those ideas. And these places, in these destabilized places or these places where there's continual conflict, these ideas, when people hear these ideas and they start to cleave to it, now you have a constituency. And with that constituency, you can pretty much overthrow a government leader overnight. Okay? So that's how serious it is in these countries when you're bringing these new different ideas, which can be seen as, a little radical. So that's what happened with Iran. It started off with people smuggling in tapes. People would listen to these tapes of the Ayatollah Khomeini, and they started getting riled up. They started galvanizing.
Their protest. On January 16, 1979, the Shah left Iran for what was officially a vacation. Many Iranians rejoiced with chants of "The Shah is gone." The man who'd ruled the country for 37 years would never return from exile, dying some 13 months later. On February 1st, a crowd of around 3 million people in Tehran welcomed Khomeini's return from 14 years of exile. Asked about his feelings, the Islamic revivalist famously gave a cryptic one-word answer: nothing. Finally, on February 11th, the revolutionaries declared victory after Iran's demoralized armed forces declared neutrality. The monarchy was suddenly gone. Deadly factionalism followed, but Khomeini held the upper hand. And in April, following a nationwide referendum, an Islamic Republic was officially proclaimed, eventually with Khomeini at its apex. Thousands of Shah-era...
All right, so there you have it. Okay, you also got Burkina Faso. We're not going to play this whole thing, but pretty much the same thing. You know, we ain't got to go through this. Pretty much the same thing. Same thing over and over, okay? We got South Africa. This is the video of Trump.
Turn the lights down. Turn the lights down.
Which, I mean, you talk about utter hypocrisy. You got Trump sitting here trying to reprimand the president of South Africa because of his quote-unquote treatment of white South African farmers. And what nobody's asking is, well, how did these farmers get into South Africa, these so-called white farmers? And again, this is another example of them playing with the language. These people did not come into the country as farmers. Again, they came as invaders. They came as colonizers. They came as slave owners. Right? Oppressors. And just so you can kind of see the mindset, we ain't really got time for any of these videos. I'll show these at another time. But to show you the mindset of those who came to South Africa as quote-unquote farmers, that now the people are saying, we're tired of this, even though it's not, you know, it's not like the, you know, like they're promoting it in the media. There's no genocide of farmers. But now the people, you know, there's different movements raising up saying, listen, no, we need our land back. Now all of a sudden they're getting all of this sentiment. But now let's look at the mindset of the so-called farmer.
They all say hello.
Hello, everyone. So, what language are you speaking?
We're speaking Sesotho, Louis.
Sesotho.
This is a Sesotho.
Yeah, like they look, they all say hello. Like, these are my pets. You know, here's my pet kitten. Here's my pet monkey, my pet dog. They say hello. That's the spirit he's moving with.
Yeah. Most Boers don't know how to speak the language where I do. Yeah. You know what I mean? And they just need lead. But do more black Aborigines in Australia than the Boers ever did.
And he's correct. So you have a Britishman asking this Boer, this Dutchman in South Africa, how is he a racist in Africa? And the racist is letting them know, well, hey, you British, you got some blood on your hands as well. You done killed some black bodies, some black people as well.
But we're the polecats of the world. That's not right, Louis. We are here for...
And man, when you deal with these people, oh my goodness. You talk about the pride and the pompous of the so-called Boers. You had some overseas when we were living in the Greek islands. You had some that owned the store. And you talk about some crafty, lying, thieving, stealing SOBs, for lack of a better term. Okay? At every turn, they would lie for no reason, just to either upsell, to trick. I mean, it was disgusting. All right? But this is how they move.
Africa, the British colonies just pulled out and left a vacuum. And we said, no, we're not leaving. We're staying here, and we, especially the right wing, are staying here for a cause. And that cause is to improve the level of society.
So the reason they're there is to improve the level of society. But improve the level of society for who? Because as you look throughout South Africa, and if you ever been there, you know that the only improvement is for people that look like him. For the most part, the people are living in shanty towns. So when he talk about raising the level of improvement for the people, he's talking about for himself.
The right wing are staying here for a cause, and that cause is to improve the level of society.
And who asked for you to come and improve anything? I guess this is improvement. They're able to work in the kitchen now. Okay, they done went from a hut to a kitchen. Now that's improvement.
Yeah. What were you saying, Eddie? Can we get a translation?
Okay, I'll tell you. I said that you are my guest. I must give you a real nice, tasty food. I will totally accept if I'm allowed to stay in a multiracial society. But then, in that multiracial society, I must have my own culture, I must be guaranteed my language, I must be guaranteed my prosperity.
How are you?
Yeah, fine.
All right, it goes on and on. But you all get the point. All right. So what is all of this about? What is the end goal for his imperialism and world domination? Well, let's end it out in Revelation 13. Revelation 13 and 1. And I stood up upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. So we understand that this is speaking about the Roman Empire. Now, why is this important? Well, we understand that the so-called Western civilization that Greece pioneered was eventually taken up by the Romans. Right? So now we're reading a prophecy about the Roman Empire. Okay? Now we're reading about the Roman Empire. And upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power, his seat, and great authority. All right, so the Roman Empire was comprised of all the previous empires that came before it. When you go back, it says that this was like unto a leopard, meaning this beast, the Roman Empire, was like unto a leopard. Who was the leopard from Daniel 7? Well, the leopard represented the Greek Empire. What aspects did the Roman Empire take from the Greek Empire? Well, the culture of Rome was 99.9%, in fact, 100% Greek. Okay? Roman culture was nothing more, nothing less than Greek culture. Same gods, same deities, same practices, different names, but the same thing nonetheless. So the beast was like unto a leopard. It was culturally Greek, and his feet were as the feet of a bear. We know that the bear represented the Medo-Persian Empire, which was a bear on 2 legs, raised up on one side, right? Or in Daniel 8, a ram with 2 horns, meaning what? That the Medo-Persian Empire was ruled by 2 different nations, 2 different powers. When you look at the history of the Roman Empire, there came a time in which the Roman Empire was divided into what? 2 separate powers. The Western Roman Empire, which its seat was in Rome, and then the Eastern Roman Empire, whose seat was in Constantinople. Right? Known today as modern day Turkey. All right? In his mouth as the mouth of a lion. What is the lion? The lion represents ancient Babylon. What is the Roman Empire called? Mystery Babylon the Great. Okay? Mystery Babylon the Great. So that's what it means when it says that it had the mouth of the lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority, meaning that Satan was dealing directly with the Roman Empire. He is the chief prince of Rome. Jumping down, it says here in verse number 11, and I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast, and causeth the earth, and them which dwell therein, to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. So now this is America. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on earth by means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast which had a wound by a sword and did live. And he had power to cause life or give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. Very similar to what we saw in the time of the Maccabees, where if you didn't follow the program of Greece, you were killed. Okay? Now check this out. This is the end game. This is what the world domination is all about. This is what the colonialism is all about. This is what the imperialism is all about. This is what regime change is all about. It's about getting the whole world on one system for the next stage of imperialism, for the next stage of colonialism, right? Because we see now everything is going digital. Everything is going AI. Even warfare and how war is fought is shifting, it's changing. How business is done is shifting, it's changing. The workforce is shifting, it's changing. Everything is now going digital. So now it's prepping everybody for that next stage or the next level of imperialism. Right? And he calls of all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. What is this? The mark of the beast. And that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, and the name of the beast, or the number of his name. This is where Edom is going with his world domination, with his imperialism, with his colonialism, is moving now into the beast phase, or the mark of the beast phase. It's time for Satan to come from behind the scene and show that he was the one puppeteering all of these world powers the whole time. And if you want to engage in trade, if you want to engage in commerce, if you want to engage in business, on any level in this society, when a person that goes to the store every day to get their groceries, to people who are trading from one country to the next, dealing with international trade, you will have to deal with the mark of the beast and receive the mark of the beast. That's the way that Satan is now locking down the earth. This is how he's now colonizing the earth, through technology. When you go back to the Industrial Revolution, what sparked them going into these other places and taking territory in other places for their resources? It was the technology. It was always the technology pushing things from one stage to the next, leading us up into what? The mark of the beast system. Last verse, here's wisdom. Let him that have understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. 666. So with that, I want to say bless you all and thank you all for participating in today's Academy lesson. I know we went, I'm looking at the timer right now. We've gone for 5.5 hours, right? This is uncharacteristic. Usually we try to keep it within 2.5, maybe even we're really 1.5, 2.5, maybe 3 hours, but we've gone 5.5. We had a lot of information to show. Hopefully it was informative, but at this time we must go. For those who are interested in the Academy, go to historytimes.org. This week we're dealing with, in the Hebrew, the tribes of Israel in Hebrew. For the main lesson, we're dealing with the split between Israel and Judah. And for week number 7, for those who are wondering, those who are on the fence wondering, should I come back to the second half? Is there anything new in store? Well, yes. Week 7, we have a brand new lesson dealing with the abomination of desolation. Something, it's going to be very similar to some of what we covered today. But we're going to deal with it from the perspective of the abomination of desolation that was prophesied in Daniel, and show the various wars and the various desolations and attacks that have happened against the children of Israel, leading up to the final desolation in these end times. So with that, I want to say bless you all and shalom. May you enjoy the rest of your Sabbath, or whatever is left of it. Until next time, Stay safe, stay strong, and we will soon see Zion. But until then, bless you all and shalom.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra-biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.